Chapter 1914. It was the same starry sky, the same night and the same bright stars. In Tang, next to Hongza County, Huainan Province, Tang Dynasty. Quickly arrange the seeds, and use the oil lamp to lure the crabs. Let me tell you, the money is coming. The county magistrate of Hongza County, Dudu, shouted loudly in the village, telling the villagers to get up and work catching crabs. The yacht brought the Wing Knights and the Li family Zhuangzi's men to their destination. They were very fast. Walking along the Bian River, they ran directly to Hongza Lake, which was now called Baishui Pond. The Bian River flowed into the Huai River. Beside the Huai River was the Baishui Pond. On the other side of the Bian River, it entered the Yellow River a little bit, and then turned into the Luo River, crossing over in a large oblique line. Hongza Lake was the closest place that Li Yi knew to produce hairy crabs, so there was no need to go back and forth through the river. Chuzhou City was located in Shanyang County, which was about 40 to 50 miles away from Hongza County. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi took out the documents of the head of the secretariat and asked the county magistrate, Dudu, to cooperate. Dudu didn't have time to rest. He crawled out of bed and called the county deputy, the official registrar, the county deputy, and the other officials and bailiffs to board the boat and head to the village. The yacht circled around the lake. After circling around for a while, it encountered a village and released a few people to call the people to work. On the yacht, there were only a small number of rows that were brought along to act as locks. If the commoners were unwilling to move, they could just shout. What was there to earn? Stop lying. If they were to catch crabs in the middle of the night, where would they send them? Do you want to eat crabs? Why don't you bring the yamen runners to catch him? Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi is collecting crabs. Give him more money. Get up quickly. Where is the village chief? The central secretariat issued an order. Do change the way he called out. Is it Li Dongzhu from Chang'an? A night watchman came up and asked loudly. Yes, quickly go and shout. No matter what method you use, shout it out. Du was anxious. All right, watch me. The night watchman nodded his head vigorously and turned around to run into the village. As he ran, he knocked on the gong and shouted, Fire! Fire! Quickly get up and put out the fire! Du. When a family is on fire, the whole village helps out. They are of the same breath and branch. Some of the people who heard the shouts of Baishui Li family Zhuangzi had already stood up, while some of them didn't hear it at all. At this moment, the gong sounded. Needless to say, something had happened. Something big had happened. As soon as he heard that there was a fire, he put on his trousers, bare-chested, carrying the wooden plank and the pump, and rushed out. He looked all around, but where was the fire? Caught fire? Whose house is it? Someone asked the neighbor, who came out of the yard. Li Dongzhu is collecting crabs. Du Laojiu is blindly shouting. Go back and put on your clothes before catching crabs. The neighbor held a tool and said to the shirtless man, Which Li Dongzhu? Who's proprietor Li? Who's he? The people who wanted to put out the fire were furious. They were sleeping soundly when they were tricked. Who still dares to call himself Li Dongzhu now? Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi, go and put on your clothes. Li Dongzhu will take us to make money. I'll go first. The neighbor took his things and ran to the lakeside. He believed that no one from the Li family Zhuangzi would dare to casually use their names. Ah, wait for me. The shirtless man ran back and said to his wife, Ba Shui, I heard you. Go quickly. I'll go too. Dewa, take care of your brother and sister. The woman put on her clothes. The villages around Hongza Lake became lively at night. Some people cast nets, some threw cages, and some used lanterns to lure crabs. The yacht distributed printed instructions for tying crabs with straw ropes and bundles of straw. The yacht turned around again. The lights on the yacht were all turned on for the villagers to see. At the same time, they distributed candies and popcorn sticks to the villagers for the children to eat. The children would have delicious food tomorrow morning. Du and the people from the government office sat on the deck of the yacht, eating lake seafood and drinking beer. The cruisers of the Tang dynasty are really impressive. I heard that there are even talking mechanical men. Du had seen it in the newspaper. It was his first time riding on it. He could brag about it for the rest of his life. Thinking of the provincial governor, Du was stunned. He turned his head and asked, "Did anyone go to the provincial government to inform Provincial Governor Wu?" Everyone shook their heads. They were all on the yacht. Who would go so far to inform? If that's the case, if Provincial Governor Wu blames us. Du found that the wine was not good to drink. It was too bitter. No need to pay attention to him. The villagers did not care about provincial governor. My Dongzhu is in a hurry to find crabs. So what if he's the provincial governor? I heard that Provincial Governor Wu and Wu Jiu are distant relatives. Du explained. His surname is Li. So what if he's a member of the imperial family? The Winged Knights are only responsible to Her Majesty. The Winged Knights man said. They did not eat lake seafood or drink alcohol. They ate pork floss. They were afraid that they would not be acclimatized after eating the lake seafood. Oh, Du's heart fell. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi and the Winged Knights were working. Who cares about provincial governor? You don't eat fish? The fish in the lake is fresh and tender. Du looked at the Winged Knights man eating and asked, "Here, try some. Pork floss. Give me 1 gene of the usual, 3 gene of fresh meat. Give me 1 gene of the military, 6 gene of fresh meat." The Winged Knights man pinched some pork floss and placed it on Du's plate. He did not care if the other party disliked it or not. Du reached out with his chopsticks and took a bite. Oh, fragrant. Military food is delicious and sweet. Du Mingfu is knowledgeable. You can actually taste it. I added sugar to supplement the calories. Chicken meat is more abundant and has less calories. Our Winged Knights pursue calories and protein. Calories are the fats and protein is the eggs. Pork floss is easier to chew than jerky. The Winged Knights man gave a simple introduction. Anyway, the other party would not understand what he was saying. I see. Du did not understand, but nodded to show that he understood. We will come again in the future. This place is closer. The next time is the day after tomorrow. Prepare more crabs. The cruiser will tow a boat over and help load the goods before rushing back. Provincial Governor will know when the time comes. If he is willing to come, he can board the boat to rest. When we return, we will report that he is a distant relative of Wu Jiu. That way Her Majesty will know. The Li family Zhuangzi man reassured Du again. Don't be afraid. You are now working for the Li family Zhuangzi. Another villager pushed a cart from a yacht over. The small mechanical puppets will be left in Ziwei City. Next time, bring 2 of them for everyone to take a look. As he spoke, he moved the things down. There were small boxes with words written on them. Who was it for? There were bailiffs from the county office, and there were even people pushing carts behind. There was no shortage of officials from the provincial government. Ordinary people were given soap, and those with official positions were given soap. Then there was the addition of glycerin. It was cold here in the winter. How can this be? This is an order from the palace secretary, and it is Her Majesty's man. Help the Li Dongzhu do something. Du tried hard to make himself appear less greedy. His eyes were shining. My Dongzhu and all of you are officials in the same court. This is a close friendship. Please do not reject it. It will chill Dongzhu's heart. The villager gave a reason. Li Dongzhu has served the country and the people. I admire him. It is a pity that I have not had the chance to meet him. Today, I have received the friendship of colleagues. In the future, I will use Li Dongzhu as a role model. Du saw his name. The box was not small. How much was this box worth? When he thought of money, he thought of the crabs again and said, "For the people to catch crabs, 1 tael is enough." The Ming residence really loves the people. Just like my Dongzhu, 1 tael for 10 caddies of crabs. The villager knew what Dudu meant and changed it to a specific unit. Chapter 1915. The people by the lake floated on the surface of the water with their boats, nets, and lanterns. They picked up the crabs, threw the small ones down, and left the big ones behind. Someone quickly tied the wet straw rope. When the sky was dark, all kinds of things gathered towards the bright places. Fish and prawns could also be caught. They threw them back first and looked at the situation. If they needed to catch the crabs for the whole night, they would not catch the fish and prawns to sell. There was a lot of water here, so the fish and prawns were not worth much. The people did not ask how much money was paid. First, they thought that Li Dongzhu should pay more than what they usually paid for selling fish and prawns. Second, Li Dongzhu asked for the crabs. They had received a lot of favors from Li Dongzhu from the newspaper, so it was not a big deal for them to help without paying. There were too many crabs in the lake. They filled the boat in a short time and rowed back to put them down. There was someone weighing the crabs, even the straw rope. Dudu ran to the boat by himself. When he was young, he always followed behind. After he became an official, he forgot everyone. Someone made a mat and complained. Basically, everyone in the village had the surname, Don't tell me he's going to sell us off. What if he doesn't pay us in order to curry favor with owner Li? Another person thought of working for free. If he doesn't pay, then don't pay. Can't he work for Li Dongzhu? The old villager came over. Working for Li Dongzhu is fine. I'm afraid his heart has changed. The person who spoke just now muttered. Du was wiping his tears. He came from Du village, so it was easy to find out. He said that he would pay 1 tael for a night's work. In fact, he wanted to get more benefits for his family. He did not expect that Li family Zhuangzi's villager would directly give the price of 1 tael for 10 caddies of crabs. When the villagers caught crabs, each person caught at least 400 to 500 caddies. There were so many crabs. Even if it was 200 to 300 caddies, 20 to 30 taels was equivalent to 3 days of income. He finally helped the villagers. Before, he could not help much. The imperial court was too strict. Du Ming residents, why do you have to do this? If the owner finds out that you're playing tricks on us, he'll get angry. The villager saw the problem. He thought about how Du family village was personally called by Du and understood everything. Why should Li Dongzhu be angry with me? I'm just a lowly county magistrate. Commander Du smiled. You're talking about 10 caddies per qian. Ming residents, leave behind the kerosene lamps and diesel for the people to use as bait. Even if the boat capsized and the kerosene lamp fell into the water, it would not sink. It would be tied with floating wood. There's still about a month to go. If there's fish and prawns, I'll take them. If there's crabs, I'll take them. The villager reluctantly told him about the things that Dongzhu had arranged. He felt that he had been deceived. The waters of officialdom were too deep, and he was too naive. If it had been Dongzhu, he would have definitely not been tricked. Don't worry. If the person is here, the light will be there. If the person isn't, the light will still be there. Du promised. He understood. Kerosene lamps were expensive. If someone claimed that they had fallen into the water and ended up selling them, it would not do. He swore that such a situation did not exist in his county. Suddenly, there was a house without lights, and everyone came to watch. Don't others have to think about it when they buy it? Every kerosene lamp was licensed and numbered. If it was broken, he could get a new one from the Li family Zhuangzi. It was free of charge. He could even smash it himself. The villager saw through Commander Du's thoughts and said, The kerosene lamps we provided do not have numbers. There are a few key positions on the lamp that are not engraved, including the bottom of the glass cover. That's good. That's great. Commander Du saved himself some trouble. The sky was just starting to brighten. The crabs were weighed and loaded onto the boat. Among the people, the lowest income was 20 renminbi. If every 10 households borrowed a kerosene lamp, the boat would be light and empty. It was a short journey and did not need to carry a lot of food, water, and service staff. 20 renminbi was considered a normal income in Chang'an. In other places, 20 renminbi was equivalent to a few days' salary. It was equivalent to Li Yi's first and fifth-tier cities. A monthly income of 10,000 renminbi in a first-tier city was not easy if one did not have a house of his own. If it was 10,000 renminbi in a fifth-tier city, it would be 300 renminbi a month to rent a house. In the north, heating was also included. It was definitely a high income. Others would be able to earn 2,000 to 3,000 renminbi a month. If they worked for 1.5 months, they would be able to pay a year's worth of rent. Of course, the size of the house was not big. It was only 30 to 40 square meters. Heating was also expensive. Some companies and government departments rented out their houses and reimbursed them. The income in Chang and was similar to that in Chuzhou City. One was in the capital, and the other was in the fifth tier. The fishermen next to Hongza Lake caught some fish and prawns temporarily and sent them out to sell. The quantity was relatively small. They did not expect to make money. In the next month, they would be able to make as much money as they did in a year. There were some old customers who bought your things every day. If you did not open your stall to make money, they would go to someone else's place. At the same time, in Luoyang Palace's Ziwei City, a group of ministers took a warm bath and had breakfast. When the food was served, they suddenly felt bad. There were only porridge, millet porridge, soy milk, spicy soup, steamed buns, mantu, fried dough sticks, and side dishes. There were no more than 10 side dishes. What happened? Why are we eating this for breakfast? Where is Xiao Yi? Bai Gu did not want to eat. In fact, even if he was given dozens of dishes to choose from, he would still eat the steamed buns and millet porridge. That was different. He could choose what he wanted, but you could not give him anything else. Dong Zhu went to the mountain. He took most of the people to arrange it first. A small robot slipped out. Who arranged the meal? Bai Gu still did not want to eat. The Shang Food Bureau. They gave out nourishing meals. The little robot actually knew. I don't want any nourishing food. I just want to eat the food of the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu did not like the side dishes. He was used to eating dozens of dishes, so he chose from these dishes. Is it not delicious? The little robot turned its head. It's the dishes that are not enough. Bai Gu said angrily, My family's Dong Zhu cooked tofu and radish soup for you, and you also complained that it was not enough. The little robot was reasonable. That was made by Zhu Yi. How can they be compared to each other? Xiao Yi went to the mountain? So early? Did he eat? Bai Gu remembered the little robot's words. Li Yi was not in Ziwei City. He went to build a hospital and a boiler. This time the boiler was made in the Tang dynasty. In winter, the heater burns itself. The little robot was obviously inputted with a lot of information. It could answer this question. I don't want a heater. I want to sleep on the Kong. Bai Gu's temper rose. He did not have so many choices. Old Bai will make a Kong for you. You can't live in a heated house. Li Yi's voice suddenly came from the little robot. I don't want to live in anything. I'll freeze to death. Bai Gu shouted, Old Bai, you come over, or I'll fly back. Do you have any problems? Li Yi's voice suddenly became gentle. Ah, no need. I had a dream. I had a nightmare. When Bai Gu heard Li Yi's words, he reacted. His emotions fluctuated too much. You all should eat. Come over immediately, including third brother and old man Mu. I know what's going on. Li Yi's voice came again. I'll go and see. You don't have to eat. Let's go and eat together. Bai Gu was like a child. Chapter 1916. The sky was clear, but the large clouds in the sky occasionally blocked the sunlight. Li Longji and the others had indeed not eaten breakfast. When the group arrived, it was already 10 in the morning. When they arrived, everyone was stunned. No matter how they looked at it, it felt familiar. Wasn't this the Li family Zhuangzi? They could see that the layout of this place was the same as the Li family Zhuangzi beside the Ba River. The location of the courtyard and the situation of the ground were the same. Wash your hands and eat. I originally didn't prepare too much food, but I made it on the spot. There's not much, so please help yourselves. Li said with a smile. He knew the situation. They were used to living in the Li family Zhuangzi and couldn't adapt to a new place. Luoyang Palace's Ziwei city was smaller than the imperial city of Chang, and so there were no farmers running around. In addition, it had rained yesterday to arrest people and investigate people. When they saw that even the food had changed, they couldn't control their temper. For example, Old Bai didn't just want a few dozen dishes. He was angry and wanted to find a reason to vent his anger. The others weren't in a good state either. The familiar layout of the palace reminded them of the past. The imperial palace was dead, but the Li family Zhuangzi was alive. Xiao Yi, is it the same in the distance? As expected, Bai Gu's mood improved. In any case, you won't find the Pure Flowers Palace. It's just a small place that imitates the original Li family Zhuangzi beside the Ba River. Li Yi pointed to the east and west, but couldn't find any similarities. It's really sumptuous. This old man will eat spicy soup and pies. The Shangsher Bureau doesn't even know how to make pies. Bai Gu chose to eat good food. In reality, he was planning to eat steamed buns, but after thinking about it, wouldn't it be the same as in the palace? No, the Shangsher Bureau didn't have it. That's right, the Shangsher Bureau doesn't know how to make stir-fried dishes. Lu Huaishan saw the stir-fried dishes and also found the Shangsher Bureau's problem. The Shangsher Bureau has arranged breakfast for you. It's now past 10. Drink some water and your digestive system is active. I'll make some stir-fried dishes. Li Yi spoke up for the Shangsher Bureau. Now the Shangsher Bureau was learning how to cook from the Li family Zhuangzi, and the dishes tasted the same. Whatever dish the Li family Zhuangzi created, the Shangsher agency would copy that dish. Whenever the Li family Zhuangzi created a new dish, the Shangsher agency would have one more dish in its menu. If the Shangsher department did not research new dishes and did not dare to do so, who would be responsible if there were any problems? They came up with an idea to let the Li family Zhuangzi's people see if they could make a certain dish. If they succeeded, they would be very happy. The ability of the Shangsher Bureau was not bad. When His Majesty asked for a bowl of lotus seed soup, the Shangsher Bureau made it to His Majesty's favorite flavor. Empress Wang said to eat lotus seed soup, which was Empress Wang's habit. Stewed crab pumpkin is delicious. This is the second time I've eaten it. The first time was in Zhuangzi, Chang'an. Is there something missing? Su Yi scooped a bowl of stewed crab pumpkin for himself. He looked around and felt that it was still different from Zhuangzi's. Yes, the children will come over by train in 2 days. Li Yi said with a smile. There was a group of children in Zhuangzi's. Due to the different age groups, there would always be children of different ages in some places. The children were well-nourished, wore beautiful clothes, and cleaned up well. The 3- or 4-year-old children played together and squatted there to look at a bug for a long time. The key point was that the children could also mutter words that the adults could not understand and communicate with each other. Yes, it's not lively without children. Zhang, Jiling, scooped a bowl of rice and ate a normal lunch. He drank a lot of water in the morning. Students from all over the country are rushing to Luoyang. The ones in Chang and will take the train. The ones further west are still on the way. Postpone the student banquet. Song Jing suggested. No, let as many as there are. When there are more people later, hold another student banquet. Li Yi had a way. Who set the rule that the student banquet could only be held once? This time they sold crabs. What else could they sell next time? If they waited for another 2 months, the crabs would not be delicious anymore. Now it was a good time to eat female crabs. After a month, they would eat male crabs. When the students finish writing poems about eating crabs, choose the good ones and print them in the newspaper and send them to the place where the crabs are produced. Li Yi explained why he was in a hurry to hold the student banquet. It had nothing to do with him selling crabs. He could earn money or not. His goal was to earn money from the people of the various lakes. It was said that the big lakes had crabs, but in fact the small lakes also had crabs, just that the production was low. The people by the lake did not mind that there were not enough crabs. They fished them out and sold them for money, increasing their income more than usual. Brother E, where's Yuan Yuan? Ah, where's Wen Tian? Li Longji looked around. Why didn't he see his eldest daughter? She and Xiao Lan went out and came back. Li Yi saw Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan appear. The two of them looked tired and depressed. Li Longji glanced at Li Yi and asked his daughter, "Where did you go?" "I'm buying a house to build Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. It's too expensive. I heard that a house that was only worth 200 taels a few days ago has become 600 taels today. The shop I want to buy is big, Sai." Princess Yongmu's face was filled with worry, and she actually raised the price multiple times. When Her Majesty came, the Li family Zhuangzi expanded. They naturally think that everyone's income has increased. Li Yi said as he pulled Princess Yongmu's hand, "Go wash your hands. You've been walking around for so long. It's time to eat." "I should have bought it earlier," Xiao Lan muttered. The two of them went to clean up. Li Longji's eyes widened. How can there be no house? Tear down the temple. He was decisive. His daughter's Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was going to open. The Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion in Xiaolunan village, 30 miles to the south, did not count. There must be one in Luoyang Palace. It was close to the train station and Luo River, so it was easy to do business. Under normal circumstances, you can't tear down the temple. Li Yi refused. It's unusual that Wen Tian doesn't have a shop in Luoyang Palace. Li Longji didn't care about anything else. His daughter was happy all day. How could she suddenly be unhappy? Empress Wang said from the side, "Wen Tian only thinks that it's expensive. She can afford it. Uncle has an idea. Let Wen Tian buy a good location at a low price." "Yes." Li Longji stared at Li Yi. "Why don't you care about your wife's matters? It's good that the price of houses is increased. Buying and selling houses requires taxes. People who can buy shops in Luoyang are rich." Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and said, "Houses were expensive, so they should collect more taxes. Get a shop for Wen Tian first." Bai Gu didn't fall for it. The topic of discussion now was Princess Yongmu. "Why are you talking about taxes with me?" "A shop is simple. Even in Ziwei City, as long as I want to, I guarantee that I have a reason to open a Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Everyone will think that it's reasonable and should be opened. Chang, and has 2 cities in the east and west. Luoyang is divided into 2 cities in the north and south. Which city in Chang and is the most profitable?" "Oh, Bai." Li Yi wasn't worried. He compared the market situation of the 2 cities. "Of course, the south of Chang, and is the most profitable. A large area is yours. The other areas are under the control of the imperial court." Bai Gu wanted to say the east market, but he suddenly realized that it wasn't right. The Li family Zhuangzi Street in the south paid more taxes than the east and west combined. The more taxes there were, the higher the turnover. "Uncle, you want to do real estate around Luoyang Palace?" Empress Wang skillfully used the new term. "I'll buy the bad land around Luoyang Palace and build roads and buses. I'll use the land there to replace the good locations in Luoyang Palace. Wen Tian will feel better." Li Yi admitted, "That's right. I plan to do that. Is your price increase more? Or is it higher if I just find a place to do business?" Chapter 1917. When Princess Yongmu changed her clothes and came over, everyone had finished their discussion. Li Longji waved his hand when Tian, "I've racked my brains to come up with an idea for you to buy the expensive shops in Luoyang Palace at a low price." Princess Yongmu held back her laughter and asked, "What is it?" "I've already told Dr. Li. You can ask him." Li Longji didn't have anything better to do. "Okay." Princess Yongmu jumped to Li Yi's side. "What is it?" "How much are the shops you want?" Li Yi asked first. There are 2 floors. I've measured it. It's a total of 920 square meters. The 3 shops cost 13,000 coins. After Princess Yongmu finished speaking, she pouted and looked very sad. She didn't lack 13,000 coins. She thought that whoever bought it was a fool. Xiaolan added, there's a small courtyard behind the first floor. The total land area is 500 square meters. I want to buy 4 floors. It's 2,000 square meters. Which location? Li Yi also felt that it was expensive. How much was the annual salary of an official? He couldn't afford a shop in his lifetime. Xi Hui Fong. There's one in the northeast corner. Sai. There's one in the west and one in the south. It's a corner location. Xiaolan said. Li Yi blinked. If we go north, we'll cross the pontoon bridge. After Copper Camel Lane and Jingxing Lane is Bay City. If we go south, we'll cross Tong Li Fong to Nan City. It was next to the Luoshui River and at the bridgehead. There was Bay City above and Nan City below. It happened to be at a right angle. It didn't feel expensive. It was stuck between the river and the 2 cities. It was also an important traffic road. Yes, isn't it expensive? Princess Yongmu asked. Expensive. We should buy 4 locations. We can't just buy the corner. There's an empty space behind the corner. We should buy it. The corner at the front retracted. It wasn't a right angle, but an arc. We should take the initiative to give up a piece of land. The space at the back was reserved for parking. Their carriage went there, and then they went in to eat. The space in front was beautiful at night. They didn't have to worry about being hit by other cars. In feng shui, this was called a golden belt. If they didn't give up some space and open the market to the outside world, it would become a foot-cutting evil spirit. If you don't retreat, you will become a foot-cutting evil spirit, and the back of your legs will become a golden belt. Actually, it's just that there are carriages on both sides of the road and there's no place to hide, so no one is willing to enter from there. When Li Yi talked about how to design the place, he brought in feng shui. Li Lang, it's not our place yet. Princess Yongmu felt that it made a lot of sense, but then she remembered that the place belonged to someone else. Xiaolan said from another perspective, if we give up in the future, we will have less land. Let's talk about the location first. It's in the northeast corner. To the north is the road and the river. To the west is the rooftop of other shops. To the east is the road. Opposite the road is called Benevolent Square. The road was wide, and the setting sun shone on the street. Even a 30-story building would not be able to cover half of the road. The morning sun had just risen, and its shadow fell on the roofs of other people's shops. It did not affect other people's lighting. The sun shifted, the road and river were behind it, but it still didn't block the light. Give up a piece of land and add a few floors of houses. We have the skills. Although it's overstepping the rules, we are not afraid. Li Yi gestured as he spoke. Good location. In the past, the square was not allowed to open its doors on the street. Chang and was opened, and so was Luoyang. The place next to the street became a shop. However, the top 2 floors could not be too high. If it was too high, it would be open to the street. What if you wanted to assassinate the emperor or important ministers? Next, let's talk about how to obtain it cheaply. Dr. Li, if you overstep the rules, I'm afraid people will talk about it. Song Jing suddenly warned him, indicating that he did not agree. If Li Yi insisted on building a building, he could only reserve his opinion. It's fine. I'll build a clock tower at the top. There will be a clock on all 4 sides. The people use it according to the time. Li Yi solved the problem of overstepping the rules with 1 sentence. The clock tower can't be too low, right? I'm working for the people. Song Jing, Master is amazing. The little girl and the second disciple praised at the same time. This kind of problem, Master can solve it too easily. Li Lang, Princess Yongmu urged. Don't pay attention to Song Jing. My place is more important. Didn't they sell it for more than 10 taels per square meter? I'll find a piece of land. 1 square meter for the imperial court. Old Bai, what's with your eyes? I said 10 taels. 10 taels per square meter. They have 920 square meters. I'll use 500 square meters to exchange with them. We'll take a loss. We're all commoners. Don't take advantage of others. Li Yi wanted to say 1 tael per square meter, but Bai Gu was about to stand up. He quickly changed his words. 10 taels per square meter. 1 square meter was 10 million taels. 50 taels. Bai Gu sat still. Deal. 50 taels. After all, it's commercial land. Superior farmland costs 5 or 6 taels per mu. Li Yi nodded happily. Okay, Princess Yongmu said. 50 taels per square meter. 500 square meters was 25,000 taels. She wouldn't take advantage of others. Princess Yongmu indeed thought so. How much was the broken land in the south of Chang and worth now? Li Lang built a commercial district, exchanging 500 square meters for 900 square meters. The other party got a benefit. Li Lang, what if they don't want exchange? Xiao Lan thought of a possibility. You go and ask for the price. If they give you the price, it means that they're willing to sell. If they don't want exchange, sell the commercial district and buy it. With the commercial district, their property prices will drop. If they change their mind, I'll go and show my identity. If they still don't want to sell, we'll go somewhere else. Li Yi didn't say anything about forcing them to buy. They were free to buy and sell. Unless they wanted to build a railway there, the commoners had to give way to the imperial court. The Tang dynasty wasn't free to the extent that the railway went around. Oh, if Li Lang shows up, they'll sell. Xiao Lan was relieved. Li Lang went over and said that if they still didn't sell, they shouldn't do business in the future. The commoners wouldn't go, and the underground forces would frequently cause trouble. Xiao Yi, how much did you say for 1 square meter? Bai Gu looked regretful. Old Bai, it's a bit more. You go to the Ministry of Revenue to manage. I'm not playing anymore. Li Yi didn't allow the other party to be greedy. I didn't remember. I was just asking. When did you talk about increasing the price? Bai Gu lowered his head to eat again. He was just thinking about whether he could make a deal or not. The commercial district outside the city solved the problem of foreign workers. The Ministry of Revenue couldn't handle it, copying the southern part of Chang, and would definitely not work. Watching others do business to make money, but learning it himself would lose money. In terms of the actual operation of the regional economic planning, he still had to rely on Xiao Yi. Selling the land was part of the money. There was still a lot of taxes and management fees. Everyone's in a good mood. Bai Gu won't lose his temper. Li Dan sat at the side and didn't say anything. At this moment, he was talking to noble consort Lu. Being with Xiao Yi is worry-free. He's different from others. He's like a gurgling stream. He's kind but weak. He doesn't fight for anything. A man doesn't fight, so no one can fight with him. Imperial concubine, Dolu put the 2 sentences of this old man together. That's because he's not angry. The water may not gurgle. The river can change its course. The tide can surge. Li Dan didn't think that Li Yi was so kind. He was just as ruthless when he attacked. Noble consort Lu thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. Xiao Yi's attack on the later Turks is like the tide rising to the shore. Chapter 1918. The boat is back. The crab-buying boat is back. Everyone's mood was stabilized by Li Yi. When they were eating slowly, the little robot's special voice sounded. It walked around the tables, one by one. Hearing its movements, one's mood was inexplicably much better. Li Yi let out a long breath and relaxed. The yacht would be faster the next time they went there. They would be familiar with the water situation. The local people have more income. They should pay a higher price, but they are worried that the people there will suddenly make a lot of money. Li Yi seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to others. Li Lang, we know. 10 caddies of crab for 1 coin. You lend the kerosene lamp to the people, and you don't need to pay for the lamp oil. The people use their own sweat to earn money, not suddenly find a chance to make money and forget everything. The people are their children. If you love your children, you should teach your children. If you spoil your children, you will kill them. Money is easy to give, but moral character is difficult. Princess Yongmu understood the situation and decided to pay 1 coin for 10 caddies of crab. 1 caddy of crab was chosen to be big and sold in Luoyang. The price difference was more than 100 times. Li Yi could obviously raise the price, but he did not. He would rather buy kerosene lamps and diesel. The people had lamps, so it was more convenient for them to fish at night. They were not afraid of the wind or rain. After the railway was built, the people along the canal were rich. Baigu finished eating. He ate 2 boiled eggs and about 2 tails of braised mutton. Li Yi gave him a separate ration of at least half a caddy of red meat, which was lean meat, every day. Li Yi adjusted the intake of the others according to their situation. Everyone took it very seriously. No matter what they ate, they had to eat what Li Yi requested. If one day they did not want to eat, such as drinking, they would ask Li Yi alone, who did not want to live for a few more years. The finance department needs to allocate funds. Li Yi took the opportunity to ask. It depends on the balance. If there is a surplus, allocate it. There is no war. The Tang dynasty can be slowed down for a few years. Baigu did not refuse. The railway was easy to use. As long as he had money, he was willing to spend it. From next year onwards, the railway will be built along the Grand Canal. It will be built overland to Mianzhou. The Yangtze River pontoon bridge will be built to Azhou, and it will go straight south to Guangzhou. Once the land roads have been repaired, the railroads would be repaired in batches. Even if they are operating on 2 fronts, they are still poor. The Tang dynasty has no money. Li Yi would be able to gather at least 50 million taels of revenue for the imperial court this year. Because of his arrival in Hunan, there would be an additional increase, depending on the situation. He still felt that the money was not enough, so he had to save it. Yes, poor. Baigu was the most emotional. The more you earn, the more you spend. The only fortunate thing was that the money he had earned in the past was not enough. Now he could spend the remaining money. If there was an emergency and the imperial court ran out of money, the Li family Zhuangzi would immediately step in. Poor. Several ministers said in unison, "There's plenty of wealth overseas. Let's go over and trade fairly. Haven't the barbarians come over yet?" Li Yi thought of a group of barbarian merchants who had arrived in Haizhou. They came from a small place, but they were the first group to arrive in Haizhou. Take the land route. They want to take a look along the way. The barbarian merchants are not stupid. They want to understand the situation. Song Jing was in charge of such matters. He always paid attention to them. He knew that Li Yi wanted to scam them, but he did not want to do so. He wanted to show the magnanimity of a great nation. There is no hurry. They have a lot of malaria. I sell medicine. I sell it in Guangzhou. It is very profitable. Li Yi did not have any sympathy for outsiders. It was right for him to live a good life. As for whether others would agree with him, it depended on whether his fist was big enough. Gang Ro is right. Guangzhou's shipping company is very rich. Zhang Juling had the right to speak. He had been a shipping agent. Looking at the flow of money every day, many people felt emotional. Some people could not control themselves, and then he was convinced. The Li family Zhuangzi's farmers and students were not moved by money. The winged knights were also the same. They just casually stretched out their hands, and money would come. The farmers and students would carefully record every single cent. If you bribed them, they would let the winged knights catch you. They would not show you any mercy. Sending beauties was even worse. The students who were sent were all married. It did not matter if they were married. They could just find a concubine. They were all first-class jinsher. The students did not want it. They were afraid. They only had one life. If they died, they would lose everything. Gang Ro, if someone is looking for a woman, will you really kill them? Zhang Juling wanted to get a definite answer. Looking for a woman has nothing to do with killing them. Only those who break the rules will be killed. What do those women who are used to bribe have to do with women? It is bribery and bribery. I don't care if they go to brothels. The Tang dynasty did not have any laws against it. Li Yi separated the matters. I don't care if they are looking for a woman, but I will not allow them to accept bribes. Li Lang, have the crabs started to be sold? Xiao Lan changed the topic. Why do you always ask about this? Send the ones that have already been ordered. We will eat the rest, especially the ones that died on the way. We will eat them tonight. Li Yi knew that there would definitely be crabs that did not survive and died in the natural environment. While the crabs were still fresh, they would be processed in the afternoon and eaten at night. When selling things, there was a certain amount of advance, or rather a tolerance for mistakes. If a ship could hold 100 tons of crabs, they would sell it for 60 tons. The remaining 40 tons were margin for error. They would be eaten by their own people. If there were more crabs that did not die, they would be sold at a higher price. Those who paid the full amount in advance could not lose out. If others wanted to buy the extra live crabs, they would have to pay a lot more than the pre-ordered price. Xiao Yi, I have nothing to do today. Stay here tonight. Bai Gu did not want to go back. He wanted to have a good sleep. Okay, I have a call. Li Longji agreed. In fact, he did not want to go back either. The Li family Zhuangzi gave people a comfortable, warm, and peaceful feeling. Wasn't it the same everywhere? In the Li family Zhuangzi, he was in a different mood. Li Yi had nothing to say. If his father-in-law said it was okay, then it was okay. Li Lang, Xiaolan, what about the children of Zhuangzi's neighbors and the children of Zhang family village? Princess Yongmu remembered that she still had the identity of a teacher. She missed Qin, and the others. They come here for a few days, every 10 days, and then go back. The train is convenient. The 2 children of Lantian County's Su family can stay here for 2 days if they are willing to come. Li Yi could not give up on those children. They would be pillars of the family in the future. Xiaolan, Zhuangzi's neighbors and children had good characters. Their parents were good. When facing a strong enemy, they were still willing to help. Not to mention Zhang family village. They had already handed in their accounts books. That's true. I will call them and keep in touch. I will ask them about their situation in winter. Princess Yongmu, who was willing to teach the children to learn and play, was happy when she thought of those little guys. She was sincere. She did not take money and did not involve her life. Qin, forgot about the past. She is fine now. Xiaolan said, actually, others will forget, especially the children who play with her. But she might not forget. It's just that she is like what we expected. She is not troubled by the past. It's like falling down and leaving a scar. The child's scar will gradually fade. As long as it doesn't hurt, they don't care. Li Yi understood children the best, including very naughty children. He knew what the other party's purpose was. There were also 3- or 4-year-old children chatting. He knew the situation after listening to them and could even chat with them. Even if the baby could not speak, he could still empathize with them by observing their body movements. Chapter 1919. After the meal, the people continued to work. Li Yi was still in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. The crabs outside were delivered. Everyone began to collect the crabs. They were all customers of Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion and big merchants of Chang. Previously, when the Luoyang locals hesitated, the quota was gone. Now they could only buy crabs at a high price, steam them, and eat them dipped in oil. They paid extra for the tools to eat crabs and ate them according to the way they were introduced in the newspaper. There were no small crabs on the yacht. The small ones were all thrown back. Even many male crabs were thrown back. The best way to eat big live crabs was to steam them. Boiling them would not work. They contained too much water, and the ointment and yellow could be easily boiled out. At the same time, the meat was not tight enough. There was no need to untie the straw rope to steam the crabs. We were late. We can only buy high-priced crabs. One costs 9 coins. The one they bought before was only 5 coins. In the northeast corner of Tsihue Lane, Luo Xian Pavilion, the owner found people from the 2 shops next to it to eat crabs. To the west was Thousand Birds House, which sold poultry dishes, and to the south was Sure Family's mutton soup. Today, the 3 places were asked about the price, and they gave similar prices. If they asked alone, they would not gather together and keep it a secret. However, the size of the other party's team was too large. Moreover, it was a large group of women. They did not know who they were. When they asked for the price, they said what they had thought before. The large group of women left after asking. Some of them looked more manly than men, while others looked weak. "Oldie, you called us here to eat crabs? You sent someone here today to bargain with us." "Oh no, Oldie, you still have the mood to eat crabs? Don't tell me you don't know who asked for the price." The people in the 2 shops had already asked around. Or rather, they knew who in the entire Tang dynasty had a female bodyguard team. Princess Yongmu. She was more manly than men. Needless to say, she was very strong. Looking at the weak women, it was said that they were not ordinary either. Each of them could kill the enemy at a critical moment. She wanted to buy the shop. You told us to raise the price together, and she went back. She can't eat me. Can I?" Oldie was worried, but he held on. "Oldie, don't tremble. Speak clearly. Who is she?" "Princess Yongmu. We are not afraid." "That's right. Princess Yongmu is a princess. How can she bully us? Why don't we say tomorrow that Princess Yongmu wants to buy our house at a high price? What do you think?" The 2 bosses gritted their teeth and said that they were afraid. They were not afraid of Princess Yongmu. Was the princess a bully? The 2 of them were afraid of Li Yi. The price that Princess Yongmu offered when she came over was actually not low. They did not know the situation and raised the price with Old Yi. Then, Princess Yongmu left sadly, promising that she would go back to find Li Yi. Li Yi was with His Majesty, and Princess Yongmu was in a bad mood. Li Yi had to give His Majesty an explanation, right? Oh my God, I don't even dare to think about the consequences. Was Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion short of money? Would they even care about 10,000? You deliberately raised the price to bully Princess Yongmu. You're amazing. That's awesome. Today they could still eat crabs, but tomorrow they would have to eat burned crabs? Don't be afraid. We'll find other big families and spread the news. Would Li Yi dare to make a move? Oldie had an idea. Okay, Oldie, you go find them and see which big family dares to participate. It was originally a business. You find the big families, and you want to go against the imperial court? How many people were arrested the day before yesterday? The big families did not say anything. You're just a shop, and the big families are rushing to the front for you? Oldie, it's not that I'm not loyal, but I have parents, children, and a wife. I know some people from the government, but I can't implicate them. Li Dongzhu, you still want to find people to threaten me. You can, but I can't. I'm going back. I can't even drink a mouthful of water now. I want to find someone to help me explain the situation. I was cheated. The 2 bosses who bought the mutton soup and sold the chicken, duck, and goose dishes pushed the blame to Old Yi. The other party found someone to discuss it. They wanted to sell it at a high price, but their current location was not good. Those who came from the west had to go to the south, or those who came from the south had to turn to the west. It was awkward to make a big turn. Those who came from the east and the north had to cross the road. There were many cars near the bridge. The business was not good. They sold the house at a high price and went to the south to buy a shop and change to a better place. But they did not expect that the rich person who came with great difficulty was Princess Yongmu. It added up to 13,000 yuan. Princess Yongmu did not lack money. Who didn't know how expensive the things in Tranquil Fragrance Pavilion were? However, being rich did not mean that she was willing to be a fool. No one in the Tang dynasty dared to offend her man. Old Wan, Old Sure, even if I jump into the Luo River with stones. Will Li Dongzhu let the two of you go? I asked you to come here and think of a solution. Shopkeeper Yi said frankly. They could not run away, so he quickly came up with an idea. Take the house deed and go to the Li family Zhuangzi in the west of the city. There will be a result whether you kill or cut. Shopkeeper Shi straightforwardly gave him a quick and straightforward answer. He should have sat down and fallen sick. Lower the price and say that the house is not valuable. Shopkeeper Wan said that if they could save their lives, they could ask for less money. They asked why Princess Yongmu asked for a high price when she came here. Why? Shopkeeper, you looked at the crabs and lost his appetite. They are afraid that if the price is too low, they will buy it. We can't say that the place is not good, right? Who is willing to say that they are not good? Shopkeeper sure had an idea. Very good. Shopkeeper Yi and Shopkeeper Wan said at the same time. There was no problem. If the place was not good, they could not directly tell the buyer. In order not to hurt people, they deliberately asked for more money so that the buyer would know the difficulty and give up. Oh, the three of them were really kind. After the three of them finished discussing, they took the house deed and rushed to the west of the city in Shopkeeper Ye's carriage. We are not going back to the city today. Shao Yi, do a liver test for me. Bai Gu drank tea and looked at the clouds in the sky. Li Yi was drawing pictures and ignored Bai Gu. He was drinking tea after dinner. What do you want me to do? He was copying according to the drawings and taking pine nuts from the pine cone. The power requirement was high. When the pine cone was broken, the pine nuts would leak out. The wetter it was, the harder it was to beat. There would also be skin hanging on the machine. Before beating, the relatively dry ones were thrown in and the wet ones were left to dry. Princess Yongmu peeled oranges and fed them to Li Yi. Xiaolan took a bamboo box. Li Yi was operating the computer. He lowered his head and spat out the seeds. Xiaolan caught them. Li Longji was watching Li Yi draw pictures in a daze. When he saw his daughter, he simply found a place to rest. Empress Wang fed him oranges. The little girl took her junior brother and continued to study with the tablet computer. Zhang Jilin finished his work and stood behind Li Yi to watch. He couldn't understand at all. Li Yi's operation speed was too fast. When Li Yi finished drawing and typed the picture, Zhang Jilin said, "Things made with hardness and softness can be adjusted. Can the pine cone also produce pine nuts?" The pine nuts of the pine cone, only Huashan pine and white bark pine are okay. The other seeds are too small and shriveled. The people can pick the pine cone. As Li Yi spoke, he began to calculate the income and the difficulty. How much can the people pick in a day? How much money can they make? Is it worth it? Okay, the pine nuts are delicious. I'll draw another picture. The pine nuts can be used to make dishes or snacks. Li Yi said and started to peel the pine nuts. The small ones were too difficult to eat. Chapter 1920. Half an hour later, 5 sets of blueprints for each of the 2 types of equipment were produced. Send them over. Don't peel the big pine nuts. Bring the small equipment to the place. First, write in the newspaper that the pine towers are to be purchased. Tell the people that the tall trees are to be tied up with ropes before climbing. Don't go to the edge of the cliff. For the short trees, tie a hatchet to the pole to make pine towers. After that, bring them down the mountain and sell them at a fixed purchase point. Li Yi taught the people step by step. What if some of the people climbed up without wearing safety ropes and fell to their deaths? Is it so difficult to pick a pine tower? Bohai and chitin. Su Yi couldn't understand the blueprints. He thought of the pine nuts he had eaten. The big red pine trees are even taller. It's not easy for the soldiers to pick them. Actually, hot air balloons are quite useful. Anyway, they can come back on their own if they accidentally float away. As Li Yi talked about the big pine towers, he remembered that there was an auxiliary tool, a balloon. At that time, he was in the northeast. He used hydrogen balloons to make pine towers. For the big ones, He used a long pole to make them. He heard that there was a person who didn't grab the rope and floated away. He couldn't be found. In the end, he ran to the other side of the river. The other side was not his country. Poor. Do you want to go back? Use rice to exchange for it. According to rumors, he had to pay many tons of rice to return. He didn't use the hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty's heavenly soldiers. They could come back, not with hydrogen balloons. Of course, if he really floated to Xinlua, he would reveal his identity and return home. He would probably have to give Xinlua some benefits. They would even entertain him. Send a report. Tell the heavenly soldiers that they are allowed to use hot air balloons. Remember to tie the ropes. After Li Yi finished recalling, he instructed someone to send a message. It consumed fuel and trained soldiers. There were ropes below, and the hot air balloons rose and fell with the veterans leading the recruits. In the future, if necessary, a group of hot air balloons would rise into the air and fly behind the enemy with the wind. They would hit Baggage's troops or directly attack the headquarters. Dongzhu. 3 people have come from the foot of the mountain. One is called Wan Jinkai, the owner of the 1,000 Birds Manor. One is called Shiryu, the owner of the Wan family's lamb soup. The other is Yi Zhaoxin, the owner of Luo Xian Pavilion. The 5th steward's voice came from the small robot's body. Where is it from? Li Yi did not recognize it. He was sure that he had never heard of it before. I want to buy a house for the 3 of them. Princess Yongmu knew. Please come in. Li Yi instantly understood the situation. The other party already knew who went to ask about the room price in the morning. It was obvious that he was afraid and had come over personally. Otherwise, I'll check your food safety today, check the hygiene of your restaurant tomorrow, and check the fire safety the day after tomorrow. The 3 of them were examined once more. Someone specially checked their teeth. All of them had fallen out and had not yet been inserted. Sure, you dropped 3, while the other 2 were missing 2 each. Li Longji came out to see who was making things difficult for his daughter. The 3 of them only knew Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. They had never seen the others before. Who is Li Dongzhu? Yi Zhaoxin's legs were trembling, and his face was pale. Li stood up. Let's see who's the most handsome. As he spoke, he gave the other party a look. I'm giving you a chance. Yi Zhaoxin immediately bowed to Li Longji. Li Dongzhu. Ha, wrong. The one talking to you is Xiao Yi. Li Longji was happy. Oh, only thinking about who's the most handsome. Yi Zhaoxin turned his head with gratitude in his eyes. Li Dongzhu, there's a matter today. It's like this. He was much calmer now and said the story he had made up. Our place is not good, so we purposely dissuaded others. Everyone listened, but no one believed him. They could not find any evidence, so they did not want to make things difficult for him. It's indeed not good. There's a pontoon bridge in the north, and there are many cars and people coming from there. The door at the corner is very awkward. Li Yi agreed after hearing this. Big hotels with good business wouldn't open their doors like this. Some opened hotels at the end of the road. The doors were at the side, making way for the road. At the same time, they would hang the heavenly official's blessing at a conspicuous place. Other hotels would think of ways to kill the street trees in front of them, but this kind of hotel had trees. What if a car rushed over? One was the door, the other was a reminder, and the other tree could help to block the car. At the same time, that location did not have floor-to-ceiling windows, and guests would not be arranged there, although the neighboring street could see the outside. If it was not for the city government and the city management, the hotel would have built a big stone with the words Shirgondang written on it. A big flower pot would be fine too, and the picture of Shirgondang would be engraved on the flower pot. Li Dongzhu is right that we are here to the house deed. Li Dongzhu name a price. Yi Zhaoxin took out his house deed, followed by Wan Jinkai and Shiryu. 13,000. Li Yi quoted a price. He would not bully others. Li Dongzhu, oui, one is to give you the money first, and the other is to exchange the shop with half the size of your shop. If you believe me, I promise you will not lose out. You have to wait for 2 months, and it will only be available before the new year. If you exchange in advance according to the turnover, I will compensate you double, and I can repair it there. Li Yi followed the method he had agreed on before. In fact, it was an exchange, and he said, if you believe me. Exchange, the three of them said at the same time. Those who could do business were clever. Okay, deal with the house deed first, and I will pay the tax. There's tax for property exchange, and the price, 13,000 jin, 21%, 650 jin. Baigu said, no matter how you exchange, 13,000. Li Dongzhu this is. Sure, you looked at Baigu and thought, who are you? You dare to ask Li Dongzhu for money? The head of the secretariat, surnamed Bai, name Gu, in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Always asking me for money. But don't worry, this money will be deducted from the previous war expenses. Li Yi introduced seriously, and then he was not so serious. Bai Zaifu. Sure, you looked carefully, and remembered that if he came to eat in his shop in the future, he could not accept money. Yes. Why are you missing teeth? You didn't inlay them? Bonehead's teeth are not bad, but mine are different. Mine are porcelain teeth. Baigu found that Shiryu's teeth were missing and showed his teeth to him. But it was white with one bite. Not only was it inlaid, it was also washed and bleached. Shiryu, Wan Jinkai, and Yi Zhaoxin looked at Baigu's teeth, and they all had holes. Baigu's teeth were taken care of by Li Yi, so of course it was good. Bai Zaifu, where did you inlay them? How much is it? Yi Zhaoxin used his tongue to lick his missing teeth and asked enviously, from now on, when you move into the new shop, I will compensate you for the business expenses and replace your teeth. Like me, all your teeth are white. How about that? Baigu gritted his teeth and asked the three missing teeth men to take a look. The three hesitated. Teeth were too expensive. When you are greeting your big customers, you are missing teeth. Aren't you rude? As long as you inlay them, you'll have a lifetime warranty, and you will wash, bleach, and brighten your teeth within a year, free of charge. In the future, you will have a 50% discount, and if your teeth have inflammation, you will also have a 50% discount. Baigu continued he was too free. Good, Bai Zaifu recommended. If we don't accept, then we don't know how to appreciate favors. Shiryu was persuaded. He was missing one more tooth than the other two. The other two nodded. Fine, it's just business expenses. Change. Xiao Yi, I will not take your taxes for free. Baigu turned to the speechless Li Yi and said, Chapter 1921. The three of them turned to look at Li Yi. Wan Jinkai said in surprise, Li Dongzhu knows how to do dental implants. How rare! The methods of dental implants in the newspaper were all written by Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi is responsible for the teeth of the court officials, the imperial harem officials, the Emperor Emeritus, and Her Majesty. There are no problems with chewing hazelnuts, chewing bones, chewing popsicles, tearing board tendons, and gnawing shanai. Baigu changed 5 verbs in a row to prove that Li Yi's skills were good. The three of them were moved. They eagerly waited for Li Yi to agree. Li Yi nodded. Let's wash the teeth later and see the situation. The bite marks can be fixed tomorrow. He had to see their own situation. The teeth were easy to do, but how to fix them had to be considered. 3 shopkeepers, please follow me. A villager next to them led the way. There was an awkward silence. The three of them felt like they were stepping on thick cotton. They took deep and shallow steps to rest and wait for their teeth to be cleaned. Old Bai, I owe you a favor. Li Yi turned around and said to Baigu, You owe me. Baigu put his hands behind his back and walked back to drink tea. Li Yi shrugged his shoulders, a smile on his face. Baigu helped him solve a big problem. The fact that Princess Yongmu's team went to buy a house couldn't be hidden. It was guaranteed that there would be people watching the show. The 3 shopkeepers changed places. Before the land was sold, the rumors would come out. Giving teeth to the 3 of them represented closeness. It told the people that Li Dongzhu didn't bully people. How much would it cost for Li Dongzhu to personally do dental implants? Based on the opportunity to see Li Dongzhu at any time, 13,000 yuan was nothing. The three of them even saw Her Majesty and the court officials. How could they lose by changing houses? After the three of them had their teeth fixed, they would bleach and brighten. It was guaranteed that they would grin and show off when they saw people. Bai Gu helped at the crucial moment. In fact, it was just a matter of buying a shop. Princess Yongmu felt that it was too expensive. Even 10 shops couldn't compare to the cost of a single round. Of course, 100 shops could not compare to Princess Yongmu's happy smile. Send people out to Luoyang Palace to call for doctors and dentists to look for elderly people with missing teeth. They came up with a plan and sent it back to me after the bite marks were done. I'll make the same teeth. It's not worth it for me to use a furnace of teeth. Let's do it together. If there were a lot of them, they could burn a few more batches. The cost wouldn't be too high. In addition, the presbyopic glasses will be given in the name of Your Majesty. Li Yi couldn't just focus on showing his face. He had to give his father-in-law something good. There were a bunch of presbyopic glasses, and the left and right eye lenses were all changed, with a standard of 25 degrees. For example, if the degree of the left and right eyes were different, they could be changed back and forth. When they were at their best, they would be mounted on the frame. However, the customs had to check and did not allow civilian goods to be leaked out. In the future, they would also have to target the sale of myopic glasses and presbyopic glasses outside. Li Yi's products were cheap. Who would he earn money from if he took them out? The asking price for myopic glasses was not high now. Other people couldn't make them. The Li family Zhuangzi had previously sold a bunch of them and made a lot of money. It was better to make more money with frames, such as those made of agarwood. In Chang, every shop had several types of presbyopic glasses for temporary use. The degree might not be accurate, but they could be used. Students' and craftsmen's glasses had to be registered. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to buy cheap ones. The rich could make gold and silver frames and even inlay blood coral, pearls, tortoiseshell if they could buy a pair of myopic glasses with 10,000 taels. Li Yi could personally check them and then match them with aluminum frames. Brother Yi will eat crabs tonight. Li Longji was in a good mood. He liked the feeling of not having an internal struggle. The premise was that he could control the situation. Otherwise, he would have to let others fight. Only when you fight can I coordinate and stabilize the imperial power. With Brother Yi, what's the point of fighting? You can fight for power, but Brother Yi can join the group with just one word. The Tang dynasty needed to unite and work hard to develop. Don't get involved. There were also places where the people were eating chaff and vegetables. There was no meat at all. Keep some extra. Untie the straw rope and raise them alone. Steam them at night. I'll make fish in hot chili oil and drink yellow rice wine. But don't put ginger in the oil. Li Yi responded. There were plans for dinner. It was not good to eat too much ginger. The fish in hot chili oil would reduce the coldness of the crabs. Li Yi had to consider the overall situation of the Tang dynasty. He also had to think about the dinner at hand. The staff started to move. Li Yi went back to his courtyard to sleep. He woke up early this morning and needed to make up for it. After delivering the crabs, the yacht ran again after adding oil. It ran with a lot of salted eggs, smoked chicken, and roasted duck. In addition to buying crabs, it was 10 caddies per coin. In addition, there was a 1-to-1 exchange. There was a limit. In this way, the people of Baishui Pond in Hongza County would have extra meat and eggs to eat. This was the importance of logistics. The yacht ran slowly for the first time. It didn't dare to speed up. It collected hydrographic data along the way. After a while, the yacht ran again. The yacht shouted with a big horn. It also ran at full speed. Governor Du stayed in Baishui Pond's Du village. He dealt with the official documents sent by the county. The villagers who had the same surname as him were very embarrassed. They wanted to apologize, but they didn't know what to say. The provincial governor of Chuzhou City Wu Guangzhou came. He didn't come to criticize. He just wanted to see if he could show his face. He acquiesced to the rumors that he was a descendant of the Wu family. That's right, his surname was Wu. In fact, he had nothing to do with Wu Jiu. He wasn't called Wu Guangzhou but Gua. Later, he changed his name to make it sound like he had something to do with the Wu family. Lu Chong, who was in the Tuan League, laughed. You? How far do you think the Wu family is from your imagination? I specialize in this. Which one do you think you are? Fortunately, he was the provincial governor. The position of provincial governor was lower than Li Yi's provincial party secretary, but higher than the municipal party secretary. Chuzhou City included several cities, so it was naturally more powerful than the municipal party secretary. Compared to provincial party secretary, the provincial governor of the Tang dynasty had extra power. The provincial governor could mobilize the army directly. He didn't have time to send a letter to Chang'an, so he acted first. Governor Du, why are you so busy? Wu Guangzhou knew that Governor Du was working, so he didn't disturb him. He was the provincial governor under the false name of Wu Jiu's distant relative, but he wasn't punished. He didn't want to disturb his subordinates when they were working, so he didn't want to waste time. When Governor Du finished his work and came out of the room, he went up to him and asked, Governor, last night, the Tang dynasty's cruiser arrived. They went straight to the county office and ordered the people to catch crabs. Governor Du wasn't afraid of the provincial governor anymore. He just talked to the Li family Zhuangzi and made sure that the crab supply was not enough. Besides, the people had kerosene lamps, one for every 10 households. He didn't neglect his duty as the governor. If you want to punish me, you have to send a letter to the imperial court first. The county magistrate is appointed by the imperial court, not by you, the provincial governor. You are the provincial governor? Otherwise, how can you appoint your subordinates as officials? You have to send a letter to the imperial court. If you send a letter to the imperial court, Li Dongzhu will protect me. I work for Li Dongzhu. If I am punished and Li Dongzhu doesn't care, who will dare to work for him in the future? If you punish me now, are you targeting me or Li Dongzhu? Du had clearly thought through this internal struggle. Chapter 1922. Wu Guangzhou acted as if he had just heard the news and asked again, What did the people get? I didn't make any preparations last night, so I only got 23 coins per person and 35 or 36 coins per person. Du continued to answer. It didn't matter if the provincial governor knew the answer or not. How do you exchange for money? Wu Guangzhou asked again. Between the questions and answers, his status as the provincial governor was clearly displayed. 10 caddies for 1 coin. Du answered again. How many crabs per caddy? 3 or 4 naked crabs and 2 big crabs per caddy. 1 coin per crab. 3 or 400 crabs for 10 coins. I heard that they need to be tied up with straw ropes, which takes a lot of time. The ropes are soaked in water, so they are quite heavy. They weren't naked crabs at the time, so less than 3 or 400 crabs for 10 coins. I want to buy big crabs for 1 coin per crab, and I need 1,000 crabs. I think Wu Jiu is thinking about the white water crabs in Luoyang Palace. As Wu Guangzhou spoke, he took out a voucher and handed it to Du. Du took a step back and said, If the provincial governor wants to eat it, I will ask someone to give it to you. I can't afford 1,000 crabs. 2.5 for 1 caddy. Wu Guangzhou thought for a while and felt that it was indeed difficult to catch crabs, so he lowered the standard. How will the provincial governor deliver it to Wu Jiu? Du asked a crucial question. It was too late. Don't you have a cruiser? Wu Guangzhou asked naturally. A cruiser for smuggling goods? The provincial governor wants to give it to Wu Jiu, His Majesty, Empress Wang, other concubines, the retired emperor. Du stopped. He didn't count anymore. There were many people, including the kings. You have 1,000 crabs, and it's really not enough. When the cruiser arrives, I will ask. Wu Guangzhou hesitated and took the money back. When he took half of it, he gritted his teeth and handed it back. The people in the county are poor. Take it and see what is suitable for them. Provincial Governor Wu loves the people like his own children. However, I can't accept this money. If the provincial governor gives money to the people, what about the other officials in Chuzhou City? I will tell the people about the provincial governor's righteousness and virtue. Du still refused. He could tell that the other party didn't want to give it to him. After receiving it, the other officials would probably have to donate according to this method. Do you know if they would want to give it to you? It's my fault. Wu Guangzhou took the money back. He was in a good mood, so there was no need to pay. Just now, when he was thinking about how he was willing to fork out money for Wu Jiu, did the people not think about it? Only then did he grit his teeth and give it to her. Otherwise, if others talked about it, he would become the subject of flattery. Now that he had left the money behind, his good reputation would spread. I went out for a walk. I haven't been here for a long time. I wonder if the people have changed. Since he was in a good mood, Wu Guangzhou decided to take a stroll. He had to stay for the night. They would only return when the cruiser arrived, so that the people on the cruiser would know and then go to Luoyang Palace to talk to the relevant people. The last time the provincial governor came to the county, the people still haven't forgotten. It feels like yesterday. Against his will, Du said, "When the hell did you come here?" On the contrary, I always return to my hometown here. I don't have any other abilities, but at least I solved the problem of sending the children from the villages around Baishui Pond to the county to study. Every half a month, a yamen runner would be sent back for 3 days so that the elders in the family wouldn't worry about it. Outside, the people were setting up rows and making cages to catch crabs. As they worked, they summarized their experience in catching crabs, including the technique of tying up the crab legs. They wanted to use a month to earn a year's worth of money and have a good new year. The villager was in charge of the kerosene lamp. 10 households were given 1 lamp and diesel. The 10 households discussed whether or not they should work at night. Then they would look for him to carry the lamp, the one that belonged to them. After using it, they had to take it back. They would take turns to guard the warehouse, a few people in a group. They were not allowed to leave during the day or night. Is this courtyard newly built? It wasn't here the last time I came. Wu Guangzhou pointed to a courtyard and said, there were 4 main rooms in the courtyard, 2 east rooms, and 1 west room that was used as a warehouse. The grass on the house was pressed tightly by you. The windows were new and had been painted with lime. The provincial governor still remembers. This is the eldest son of the 6th son. He got married in June this year. Originally, there were 2 main rooms, but now there are 2 more main rooms. The eldest son and daughter-in-law are in the main room. Although the youngest son isn't married, he built 2 east rooms and lives there. The roof is newly painted. The entire village helped to paint the outside with lime, so it looks new. Du's words were filled with sarcasm. Do you think a newly painted roof and lime is a new courtyard? Oh, no wonder it looks unfamiliar. Since the house can be built, life is indeed good. Wu Guangzhou did not seem to understand the other meaning. Anyway, being able to build a new house means that their income has increased. The 6th son is a carpenter. He has many blueprints in the newspaper. After he understood them, he made things and sold them to the county. This time, Du did not provoke the other party. He just needed to retort a little. If he continued to retort, the provincial governor would be angry. Only one family is rich. You are in charge of the county. You should let the people of the county live a good life. Wu Guangzhou retorted, you talk too much. You still dare to correct me? Du secretly curled his lips. You are so narrow-minded. What are your plans for the coming year? Wu Guangzhou did not let him off. The 6th son's family is making beehives. Next year, there will be many different kinds of wild flowers in the county. This year, during the summer and autumn, we will look for wild seeds to collect. After a few more days, We will burn the dry weeds near the lake and other places. In the winter, it does not matter if it snows or not. Even if it rains, the ashes will fall into the ground. Many people in the county are waiting for someone to split the beehives. The flower chasers have already started to move south. We will exchange beehives with them. Do was not afraid. Come, I have already thought about it. Hunza County will be under my charge. When the time comes, I will report it to you. Wu Guangzhou looked at Do in surprise. Yeah, fine. You still have such thoughts? Write a report to the provincial government. I will look for someone to verify it. If it is feasible, Hunza County will handle it. If he tries to make me unhappy, I will stop you. I will say no. Of course, I will have to trouble the provincial governor. Do replied, but in his heart he did not agree. If you say no, then no. Do you know that the next time the cruisers come over, I will talk to the Li family Zhuangzi? I will ask Li Dongzhu if there are any mistakes. If there are any mistakes, I will correct them. At that time, if Li Dongzhu says yes, then you say no, who will listen to? You are done with your work. The old villager looked at Do with satisfaction. Do helped to set the price. 10 caddies for 1 coin. The village made a lot of money. Second uncle, I am not busy. I just want to make the ordinary things seem more elegant. As for the kerosene lamp, I will build a wall and put it there separately. Do went up and held the old villager's arm. Put it behind the ancestral temple for the old ancestors to see. Guarding the ancestral temple is like guarding the kerosene lamp. The people guarding the temple at night are not afraid. The old villager chose a good place, the ancestral temple of the Du family. What if someone had evil thoughts and stole something from the ancestral temple at night? Wouldn't they be afraid that the ancestors would come and arrest them? If there was no evil in one's heart, why would they be afraid of the ancestral temple? Be careful not to burn it. Be careful when you light the incense and add oil to the lamp. Do understood. The people guarding the temple in the future would be from the Du family. Chapter 1923. Wu Guangzhou watched from the side and suddenly felt lonely. The village was Commander Du's territory. Since he was the provincial governor of Chuzhou City, he knew that Commander Du had been the county magistrate of Hunza County for a long time. Commander Du didn't go to other states when he had the opportunity to join the military. He stayed in Hunza County. If he left, the other officials wouldn't want to come over. Hunza County was poor. Commander Du couldn't do anything about poverty, but he could be fair when he tried cases in the county. It turned out that there was still public funds. He also took turns to look for large families to bear the burden. He had no choice but to borrow money and then pay interest. He had to ask the big families and businessmen to pool the money and pay the double interest. Since 2 years ago, the lives of the people in Hunza County had changed. There was no need to think too much about it. Du was studying at the newspaper and had gone to the government. He was working hard to change the entire county. The contents of the newspaper were all over the place and taught her everything. He taught the people how to do things and also taught the officials. When it came to teaching the people, he was as straightforward as he could be. County Magistrate Du, is there a market for honey? Wu Guangzhou asked softly. When he asked, it meant that he agreed with Hunza County's plan. You only want to sell honey and beeswax. The cruisers came over to collect crabs. I remember the newspaper said that crabs can be preserved with honey. Commander Du was happy. There was one less problem. He shouldn't have provoked the other party. Good. I think it's a good idea. After Hunza County is done, we will see if the other counties can get the same medicine. Wu Guangzhou's heart was cleansed. He wanted to do something useful. At least the honey could be eaten. The reeds can be burned, but they can't be plowed. Commander Du reminded him. Burning the reeds wouldn't kill them, but plowing was a big problem. Reeds couldn't grow in places with soil. There weren't enough reeds in shallow water. The people had to weave things with reeds. They could light lamps or fill pillows with reeds. The reeds could be eaten. There was also cattail grass. The cattail grass could be eaten. There were differences between the two, but they were similar. Most of the shoes worn by the villagers were made of reeds. They were made in the winter and filled with fluff from the cattail grass. Hongzhe County, let's see. Wu Guangzhou didn't dare to make a decision. What if he was wrong? Xiao Yi, there are no reeds in the ponds on the mountain, but only lotus flowers? After Li Yi helped the 3 shopkeepers wash their teeth and bite their teeth, he ran up the mountain to take a look at the pond. A group of people followed him. They were bored and their work efficiency was too high. They had a lot of free time. Yao Chong looked at the hired commoners digging for lotus roots in the pond. They couldn't find any other aquatic plants, so he asked casually, "There are some at the foot of the mountain. The one at the top of the mountain is a man-made pond. As long as you don't light it up, you can always harvest it. The water gets colder by the day." Li Yi looked at the commoners plucking the lotus roots from the pond, but there was no sadness on his face. It was all the same. He was just as brilliant back then. The commoners were supposed to be naked, so he made a pair of jumpsuits made of pure leather. Whether or not water would enter the sewn area of the pure leather jumpsuit, one would know by looking at the pure leather water bag that was used to drink water. There was also a small raft made of sheepskin, made of the skins of 4 sheep. At the top, there was a bamboo raft cut from both ends to the bamboo joint. The sheep's skin was at the bottom. The lotus roots were placed on top and pushed along. I know about this. The lotus roots are not easy to preserve. If they are placed in the pond, even if it snows in winter, they can still be plucked. Yao Chong was a know-it-all in this area. He learned everything. Li nodded. Therefore, the depth of the pond is controlled to make it easier to harvest the lotus roots. After they go ashore, they drink warm yellow wine to speed up their blood circulation before taking a bath. This is to prevent them from getting sick. If they come back, not only will they feel uncomfortable, but they will also implicate their families. Li Yi had a plan for this. They drank the right amount of wine and did the right amount of exercise. As long as they didn't go into the water for too long, they would recover quickly. In addition, the children took turns to skip school to help harvest the mulberry silkworm cocoons and bring them back to raise them. If they wanted to skip school, they had to learn the knowledge in advance. If the teacher passed the test, they would be allowed to work and earn money. Generally, these children were considered average in their studies. The children with better grades didn't come out. They studied hard and had high scholarships. The poor children couldn't come out. They needed to improve their grades. They also had scholarships and progress awards. The children worked seriously and didn't play around. After they earned money, they had to go back to school. Xiao Yi, why are the children unwilling to learn? Or why are they unable to learn even if they try their best? Don't say that you understand. The children in your Li family Zhuangzi, the children in Shaolan's Zhuangzi's neighborhood, and the children in Zhang's village don't have such a problem. When Song Jing saw the group of children, he thought of their studies. Some children, regardless of whether they liked to study or not, had poor grades. Looking at the Li family Zhuangzi, it seemed that every moment he focused on one child's education. Then their grades would improve. It couldn't be that miraculous. There must be a reason. Li Yi frowned. As long as they are not idiots, they will learn. Even if they are illiterate craftsmen, wouldn't they learn? The cooks who cook, the trackers who pull the fiber, the weavers who spin the yarn, the boatmen who row the oars, people are always learning. What they learn in class is content that they need to memorize and understand. It is fixed. It is affected by talent, environment, nutrition, education methods, and physiological development. Li Yi taught a group of people why the children in the Li family, Zhuangzi, loved to study. The overall environment was like this. Everyone was learning. If you didn't learn, you could find others to play with. No one would play with you. The nutrition could keep up. Some children were always absent-minded and didn't get enough nutrition. There were also environments where the parents were always quarreling. The children lived in a state of depression every day. After the parents finished quarreling and saw that the children didn't do their homework, they came over to vent. The children didn't have the mood to study or do their homework. They kept listening to their parents quarreling. Sometimes they even fought. They turned their heads and looked for them. What should they write? What should they learn? The parents even said, "Don't worry about us. Just learn. Why are you always staring at us? The adults' matters don't affect you. Do you understand?" If they didn't eat enough protein and fat, they would definitely drift away when listening to the lecture. A person's memory and thinking required a supply of calories. There were also children who developed late and had poor comprehension skills. Many people didn't understand things when they were children. As they grew older, they realized that this was actually the logic. Education methods were equally important. If not, why would the students in good schools study well? When some teachers finished teaching the same lesson, the students would say, "Ah, so it's like this. I understand now." When some teachers finished teaching, the students would say, I understand now. That means go home and do your homework." In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi had solved all these problems. Poor comprehension skills meant that the children didn't think enough. Li Yi tried to make more games for the children to think more. In terms of nutrition, there was no other family in the world. There was no lack of food. In the family environment, if the parents dared to quarrel and fight, it could only mean one thing. Both parties were too self-centered. Any quarrel was because the parents' needs were not satisfied. When it came to benefits, the parents couldn't compromise. Benefits were more reflected in the right to speak. Chapter 1924. Li Yi made it clear and everyone understood. Although they understood, it was too difficult to change all the people, regardless of whether they were in the league or the current one, who didn't fight. This included the harem, the emperor emeritus, the palace maids, and the eunuchs. "Xiao Yi, you don't seem to have any problems." Bai Gu agreed with Li Yi's words, but when he turned around, he realized something was wrong. Xiao Yi never fought with anyone head-on. The Li family Zhuangzi's farmers competed with each other, not fighting. It was benign. Xiao Yi's harem was stable. How much virtue did Princess Yongmu accumulate in her previous life? Buying a shop was too expensive, and Xiao Yi helped solve it. Li laughed. "Oh, Bai, let's switch. You'll be like me. The so-called competition means that you can't have it directly. I already have it, so who can I compete with? What you can't have, I'll just casually get. What you're struggling with, I'll casually do as I please." Li Yi spoke the truth. "I have people from the system. If I'm the same as you, the system will probably change people. If you, old Bai, had such a system, you could even be the emperor. I'm much stronger than you. What's so good about being the emperor? The emperor still has the right to speak." "Xiao Yi, are you saying that the world will never have a teaching model like your Zhuangzi?" Li Dan listened for a while and asked with a worried face. He wanted the world to be harmonious. "At least I don't see it. But we can change some aspects and be stronger than now." Li Yi was stumped by the question. It involved the problem of Gong Gong. He had learned the theory, but he had never come into contact with reality. Just like the people around him didn't know that people could fly to the moon. That kind of theoretical thing could be realized, right? When there were no steam trains, did people think that it was possible to travel from Luoyang to Chang, and in half a day? When there were trains, did people think that it would only take an hour to travel from Luoyang to Chang'an? 5 years ago, the entire Tang dynasty had a hard time dealing with the Tubo, the later Turks, the Khitans, and the Shu people. Right now, the Tubo and the later Turks were nothing. If he wanted to deal with them, he would deal with them. Look at how badly Su Lu's cavalry was beaten up. There was still another wave of attacks to come. Alas! Li Dan thought of many things in an instant. She sighed and said, "Xiao Yi, you said that the world is like a tide and people are like water. Just like this pond, the water can be used, but it cannot be stopped. Elder Mu, don't be sad. Eating big crabs at night is just water." Li Yi didn't want the old man to be like this. He still wanted Li Dan to live for a few more years. As long as Li Dan was alive, it would benefit the entire Tang dynasty. The people would recognize Li Longji's position more. But autumn itself is a time of worry. It's not as good as spring. Oh, spring is also a time of worry. Xiao Yi, play a song. It's more graceful and lingering. After Li Dan sighed, she asked Li Yi to play a song. Li Yi, damn, when did your family become so good at composing? You can improvise when composing a poem, but you can also improvise when composing a song? Do you need an accompaniment? Swish. Countless eyes looked over. The retired emperor asked you to compose a song now. Can't you do it? Xiaoyi, I'm just saying. After a few days, Li Dan found that the situation was not right. Dr. Li, you can do it. Song Jing didn't ask for Xiaoyi's help. At the crucial moment, he was undermining her. Princess Yongmu puffed up her cheeks. She was considering not letting Song Jing into the group. She wanted to teach him and his family a lesson. Li looked around. No one said anything. It was too difficult. He nodded. Okay, I can do it. But I have to say, Song Zaifu, you can do it. You're really good. Bring my guitar here. If the piano is easy to move, bring it here too. I can't compose a song now. It's not that I can't compose. It's just that it's not good enough. I'll copy it. The others wanted to look for the guitar. Ching Song ran. He saw the position of the guitar. Then, a small robot slipped in front of Li Yi. I have a keyboard. Play me. You don't need a guitar or piano. Many spots of light appeared on the small robot's body. They were black and white. Li Yi touched it with his finger. Sure enough, it made a sound. Li Yi tested the sound and began to press the small robot. At the same time they sang, Don't worry about walking by the lake. Oh, spring, light, full of branches, flowers with shy smiles, green grass also warm. Don't worry in front of girls. Everyone was stunned. Sure enough, he answered whenever he asked. He didn't care what the question was and didn't care what the request was. It was fine if he could improvise a poem, but he could also compose a song like this? Don't you have a bottom line and an upper limit? Tell me, who did you bury? Song Jing's eyes almost popped out. Why was his mouth so annoying? He obviously wanted to embarrass Xiao Yi, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said during the real interlude, This song is the meaning of a woman persuading a man? Does the woman have anything to say? Li Yi continued to play. He pressed the small robot and sang. Spring trip, apricot blossoms all over my head. Which family is young enough to be romantic? I intend to marry and rest for life. Even if I am ruthlessly abandoned, I can't be ashamed. He copied another one. He couldn't help it. Who could directly compose a song while talking, and then write a poem and fill in the lyrics. He had already thought about it. He would go back and find trouble with Song Jing. Who asked you to be so naughty? Song Jing was stunned. How could it be? How good would it be for you to insert teeth for others? Why did you have to do this? Did you deliberately play a head-on kick to my face? After the interlude, when Li Yi sang again, Li Longji got a leaf from somewhere and played the main melody. Me, la mi so, la, so me, so me, so me. Li Qingqi slapped his thighs with different beats, but he didn't feel the slightest bit confused. Instead, he felt very harmonious. Peach Blossom and the other red girls went forward to dance. After listening to the first part, they knew how to dance. Princess Yongmu pulled Xiaolan up and led the dance. Empress Wang, Wu Jiu, Lu Jiu, and the others harmonized. Li Yi was dumbfounded as he sang and played. What the F*** CK? Are you all so good? Don't lie to me. He had copied it confidently before, but now he felt guilty. He still had to practice. After singing 3 times, everyone stopped with a tacit understanding. Their faces were full of smiles, and they looked very happy. Princess Yongmu ran over directly in front of the small robot and kissed the small robot's big head. I'm going to faint. I can't. What day is it today? The small robot flashed with the lights. Everyone was very happy. Only one person felt that he had become a part of the background. His name was Song Jing. If he could copy what Li Yi could copy, he would definitely copy it. If he could go back to the past, Dongzhu, we've recorded it. In the future, we'll show it on the water screen so that others will know how good Dongzhu is at copying. Another small robot said. A group of small robots were around them. They were recording. Thank you. Li Yi gritted his teeth and said, You're welcome. The small robot replied, I'm very tired from copying, Li said. I know. It's not that easy to copy. The small robot looked at him as if he approved of him. Give me half a day. I can compose and arrange the music. I can do it. Li Yi didn't like to copy. I believe you. Do you believe that I'll tear you apart? Dongzhu, with your ability, you're giving them face by copying. My Dongzhu is the most handsome. Later, I'll see if you lack oil. I'll exchange some for you. Thank you, Dongzhu. Next time, I'll give you a list of songs to choose from. Both sides reached an agreement. Li Yi touched the robot's head. The robot's lights flashed. They were all very happy. Oh wow. Chapter 1925. Guangping, don't think too much. In the past, Yuanchong also experienced some unbearable things. Zhang, Juling, comforted Songjing. He knew a lot of things because he had always been there. When Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan, and Zhang Shua were there, he was Zuoshi. He watched the rise of the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi with unstoppable momentum. At the moment of display, a series of things related to the people's livelihood came first. No one could refuse this. Following closely was the display of economic and political talents. At the same time, the livelihood of the craftsmen never stopped. During this period, medical and educational skills were included. Anyone in power would pay attention to this. Step by step, thinking back carefully which step was easy. He was not a man who did not fight, so no one in the world could compete with him. He was a man who always fought, so no one in the world could compete with him. Song Jing did not believe in heresy and insisted on cheating others at the crucial moment. What was the result? Hard and soft. Do you think this word is casually given? Easy, yin and yang, hard and soft. Why are you mentioning me? Yao Chong heard it and was depressed. Look, how is Guangping feeling? Zhang Jiling ignored Yao Chong. Much better, Xia Yuan Chong. Song Jing was not sad in an instant because there was someone who was sadder than him. Everyone was joking. Yao Chong was also not angry. Everyone walked around the mountain. The only place they were familiar with was that area. They needed to adapt to the other areas. Is there flowing goblet song? Li Qingqi thought of the place where Li family Zhuangzi entertained people to drink and have fun. I changed a small mountain into a place for leisure. Ziwei City is small and there is no fragrant forest garden, so I arranged the pear garden on the small mountain. Another mountain was drawn out to renovate Luoyang's Cemetery of Martyrs and build a new Tianshu. The original Tianshu between the Yellow Path Bridge and Ruwei Gate of Ziwei City could not fit the new one, so I built 4 huabiao, beautiful big stone pillars with carvings on them. There is a pair outside Ruwei Gate and another pair inside Ruwei Gate. The one outside is called Hoping for the Return of the Monarch, and the one inside is called Hoping for the Emperor to come out. Brother, what do you think? Li Yi wanted to copy the huabiao in front of Tiananmen, and while he was at it, he wanted to change the location of the Tianshu into the place where the flag would be raised. Li Qingqi thought for a moment. Huabiao on a stone pillar? Let's put it aside for now. Brother Yi, the new Tianshu Cemetery for Martyrs is built outside the city. It's inconvenient to go there. How can the people burn incense there? Li Qingqi considered the problem of distance. 25 li west of the city was his current location. If he found another mountain, it would definitely be further west. The people at the side looked at Li Yi. If he placed the cemetery too far away, how would others pay their respects? Let's take the small steam engine train. We'll be there soon. I planted flowers in the Cemetery of the Martyrs and built a flower shed so that there would be fresh flowers all year round. Then the incense would be suppressed, and the people would be provided with incense and fresh flowers. If the people brought their own offerings, the offerings would be left for a day for the people guarding the gardens to eat. Commoners can go there even in the middle of the night. There's a place where meals are served. Li Yi told him his plans for the future. He estimated that it would be possible before the new year, as the tracks of the small train were light and convenient. When Song Jing heard this, he praised, "In this way, the commoners will be able to earn back the money spent on the construction of the mausoleum." Good. The others did not agree. They continued to look at Li Yi. Li Yi muttered, "Should I let him join the Revolutionary Army? Should he join the Revolutionary Army? Can't." His voice was neither loud nor soft. Everyone around could hear him. Song Jing took 2 steps to the side. Li glanced at him. "It's free. When commoners take the incense and flowers, they have to bring their birthplace booklets or other things to prove their identity. They can also eat while they're at it. Only by making it free can we show the magnanimity of a great country and tell the world that the martyrs who died fighting for the Tang dynasty and for the welfare of the people are building their heroic spirits. We want to make the cemetery of the martyrs, which costs a lot, free to show the will of the Tang dynasty." "Free is good, it's really good." Xiao Yi is thoughtful. Song Jing did not look at Li Yi's eyes. Just now he was digging a hole. He thought that Li Yi would take the money. If Li Yi agreed with him, he would turn around and accuse Li Yi of deliberately amassing money, impeaching him and having fun. He did not expect that Li Yi would do this. He wanted to use the money to show off his momentum. Li Yi continued to lead the crowd forward. "Plant flowers, raise bees, and fill it with honey water for the commoners to drink." "Xiao Yi, are you sure you don't want to earn a single cent?" Bai Gu knew that it was easy to make money by building a railway here. "Even if we don't earn money from the cemetery of the martyrs and Tianshu, there's still the pear garden here. It's close to the cemetery of the martyrs. It's because countless soldiers have killed the enemy that there are now songs and dances. Let the martyrs see how happy the commoners of the Tang dynasty are who they sacrificed their lives to protect. I'll make some other entertainment." Li Yi added a premise first. Then he talked about how to make money. The two did not conflict. It was free to take a train from the small train station outside Luoyang Palace to the cemetery of the martyrs. From the cemetery of the martyrs to other places, one had to buy a ticket. There were free meals in the cemetery of the martyrs. It was impossible to eat big fish and meat. If one wanted to eat, they had to move forward. An annual income. Bai Gu was thinking about taxes again. "Work together. Let's work together. The profits we earn will be used to maintain the cemetery of the martyrs and Tianshu. It's not suitable for me to maintain the cemetery of the martyrs for a long time. The imperial court must step in. I'll show you the accounts when the time comes. Luoyang is the capital of the East. There are many people, so it's easy to make money." Li Yi refused to pay taxes. He did not intend to invest in the cemetery of the martyrs alone. It was not right for him to do so. Bai Gu thought for a while and said, "Will there be a surplus after maintaining the two?" "What's mine is mine. The imperial court is making money for nothing. Part of the money earned will be used for maintenance. The rest of the profits will be used to build the cemetery of the martyrs." Li Yi first divided the accounts. The money he earned belonged to him. The imperial court would use the money earned. How can other places use the cemetery of the martyrs? Bai Gu was puzzled. Don't go out to sea? If there's a problem at sea, it depends on your identity. The Navy is a martyr. If merchants are bullied outside, we help them. The sacrifice soldiers are placed in the cemetery of the martyrs. It's impossible for there to be no wars in this world. There are wars going on elsewhere now. If we go there to do business, the people who are fighting will see that the Tang dynasty is rich. They will rob us. Li Yi found that the wars had never stopped according to the history he knew. The big wars were fought by the country, and the small ones were fought by the tribes. If he did not change his will, the world would be peaceful. He would rely on economic means to bring the people of the Tang dynasty to live a good life. When he traded with others overseas, the good things of the Tang dynasty were expensive. He bought a ton of wheat from others, processed it into flour on the ship, and sold it to the other party in exchange for 2 tons of wheat. When others saw it, they would say, "Oh, you are like this." They will beat you and rob your ship. Xiao Yi is right. Go overseas and make money for the people of the Tang dynasty. Build roads, bridges, and schools. Li Dan did not say that he would directly give money to the people. Building roads was to help the people. It was the basic construction of the Tang dynasty. Building canals made it convenient for the people to irrigate. Building embankments made it easy for the people to be afraid of floods. Dr. Li, can you design a cemetery of the martyrs for Tubo? He had always been studying. When he thought of the function of the cemetery of the martyrs, he was tempted. This thing could unite the people and make it easier to rule. Chapter 1926. Doesn't Tubo have their own way? Li was puzzled. You people pay attention to the death of a large number of soldiers, not being able to form Gate A after years of war, and the defeated cowards will hang their tails to show their disgrace. Why would they want a martyr cemetery if they were proud of dying in battle? I'm just saying, otherwise he understood what Li meant. If they were all like that, how could they be bullied by the Tang dynasty? Build it next to the Red-White Palace and hold a big sacrificial ceremony every year to help stabilize the regime. Build it with stones and make it sturdy. You will give extra benefits to the families of those who died in battle every year. There will be disciples in Gate A who will be more loyal to you in the future. Li Yi gave the idea out of kindness. He was not lying, because the more he learned in the Tang dynasty, the more he knew how powerful the Tang dynasty was. When the regime was stabilized, he could directly bring Tubo into the Tang dynasty. That's good. Thank you, Dr. Li. When I go back, I will act according to Dr. Li's method. His words had a double meaning. He could see the Tang dynasty's plan or Li Yi's thoughts. He was conflicted and helpless. He did not know what to do in the future. The only thing he could think of was that Tubo's life would gradually get better and the population would increase. While they were talking, a large and dazzling flat land appeared in front of them. There were greenhouses and glass greenhouses. Seeing the continuous glass greenhouses, one word came to everyone's mind. Money. Brother Yi. Li Longji opened his mouth and called out. He suddenly did not know what to say. It's used for seedlings. The weather in Luoyang is colder than in Chang. But the people in Luoyang are still planting greenhouses. I'll help them grow seedlings first. They directly use seedlings to plant, so the yield is high. I'll use silk for the greenhouses on a larger scale. The cost of glass is too high. After a few years, when the technology improves, I'll make plastic sheets. That's easy to use. Li Yi pointed to the clusters of seedlings in the glass greenhouses and said that he wanted to sell them to the people. He felt that plastic was not easy to get, but glass was easy. However, when the glass in school was broken when he was young, he usually covered it with plastic sheets. He did not have the money to replace the glass. Even in winter, they could paste it with newspaper so that some light could pass through. A group of people looked through the glass. Inside, there were people tending to all kinds of seedlings, and some were even taking out seedlings with a seedling moving device. Obviously, they were going to be transported elsewhere. The news had already written about the jukebox, seedling transplanter, and other gadgets. Every spring and summer. For fear that someone would forget, the newspaper would publish the pictures and production method. Much of the content was repeated at key times to prevent the people from forgetting. The people working were obviously not farmers. They were all kinds of clothes, and some of them were chatting and laughing while they worked. How much is your daily wage? Su Yi stood at Song Jing's original position and asked. Song Jing hid at the back. I don't know. Li Yi shook his head. He wasn't the one who hired the workers. He couldn't afford to worry about it. I don't think it's a small amount. How can he smile if it's a small amount? Noble consort, Lu made a judgment based on her observation. Let's go. Li Longji didn't want to ask and disturb others. 10 minutes later, they bypassed the glass greenhouse area and reached a high hill on the mountain. Next to it was a dismantled drilling platform, the kind that many people had drilled together to drill salt wells and water wells. Is it broken? Lu Chong squatted down and looked. He recognized all the parts. It's too slow. I'll wait for the steam engine to come and set up a steam engine drilling platform. That's faster. Solving the power problem will free up productivity. In the next few years, steam will be used in large quantities. When the technology and raw materials are ready, we'll replace the steam engine with internal combustion engines, such as gasoline engines and diesel engines. Large-scale industrial metal smelting is the basis for the application of such technology. After the court meeting, I'll recruit craftsmen. Li Yi wished he could solve all the basic problems in one go. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The key factor was confidentiality. He had to control it himself so that others couldn't learn it. Technologies such as blast furnaces, converters, and open hearth furnaces were not allowed to be spread. He would rather develop it slowly than give others a chance to catch up. Steam engine ships were the dominant class at sea and could always seize the limelight, launching rockets and slings to throw incendiary objects. Sailboats in the limelight couldn't do anything. In a storm, steam engine ships could desperately run to the shore and have a high chance of survival. Sailboats couldn't cut their masts. The requirements for bearings are high, right? Zhang Shua squatted down to work on the parts. It depends on the number of revolutions. If it's not urgent, the existing bearings can support it. Work for a period of time and stop. No one was more familiar with such technologies in the Tang dynasty than Li Yi. In fact, the requirements for bearings for drilling machines were higher than for trains, steam engines, and cars. Under the standards of the old national standards, the crude and simple drilling machines actually required D-grade bearings. Ordinary agricultural machinery vehicles couldn't even use them. Now that we need to build more steam engines, Hunan province needs them. There are still few wells, and they're afraid of drought. Luoyang is relatively better with many rivers. Zhang Shua was like a squirrel, always thinking about logistics. It was better to not use a well after drilling it. You won't be the magistrate of Hunan province in the future. Li Yi reminded Zhang Shua. Why should I be? My heart is in Hunan province. Zhang Shua looked up. There's nothing wrong with that. I also have Hunan province in my heart, not just Hunan province. But if the well is too deep, the pressure well won't be able to pump water up. It uses atmospheric pressure to pump water. When it's close to 10 meters deep, the water pressure is equal to 1 atmosphere. When the pressure is the same, it's useless no matter how you pump water. We can only use the method of brine, well, to sink the bamboo tube and lift it up. It's the same principle as the wooden barrel in the well. Li Yi said that the drought was too severe, and the shortcoming of the pressure well was that it used atmospheric pressure. The brine wells in Sichuan province were more than 100 meters deep, and they were connected by bamboo tubes with iron rods at the bottom. A string of bamboo tubes would be lowered, and the brine would be filled with brine before being lifted up. This way, the brine would be moved to the surface. Otherwise, unless they could create an air compressor, this would be able to pump very deep wells. Then, can we? Zhang Shua hoped that the well could be dug deeper. How thick would it have to be to use a drilling platform? He said 4 words, but Li Yi actually understood. Yes, it requires a lot of power, good quality materials, and reasonable structure. Attach a large Luoyang shovel to the drilling platform, and the connecting rod has to be strong enough, otherwise it will break. Wait for me to do some research. Drilling a well is very difficult. We have to ensure that we have enough water for daily use. Forget about watering, we have to transfer food from other places. Li Yi had done some research on this before. Not only could the Luoyang shovel be used for tomb raiding, It could also be modified into a mechanical pendant to drill a large diameter well. If the well was 30 meters deep, a high shelf could be built, and the thick Luoyang shovel could be used to smash the well down. It wouldn't be a problem to lift the soil with each smash. If it was in Hebei province, it would be best to dig. Tunnel warfare was good at digging, let alone a mere well. Luoyang shovel, Luoyang shovel. Zhang Shua was curious about the name. Why didn't I know about it? You were the one who suggested it in Luoyang. The method I gave you is naturally called Luoyang shovel. Li Yi was quick-witted and gave a perfect answer. That makes sense. Zhang Shua agreed. Yes, the method he came up with in Luoyang was called Luoyang shovel. Chapter 1927. Look at the scenery and familiar places. Walk slowly, there's no rush. Li Dan saw that there were still people who wanted to squat down and look at things, so he spoke. He felt sorry for Li Yi. You guys kept asking Xiao Yi questions every day. Let him rest. Those who were squatting all stood up. Let's go. So what if they asked? Li Yi didn't care. If they didn't ask him, they wouldn't have thought of it themselves. If they knew how to drill, they would have done it long ago. They sent people down to dig, and baskets of soil were hung up. After digging out the water, they came up. Then, they threw the pebbles into the water. After the top was fixed, they took turns to draw water until the water was clear. In the past, the process was like this. Now it was diamond. Shu Di provided a lot of money for His Majesty. Li Lang, let's go back. Princess Yongmu was also unhappy. You guys caught Li Lang and asked him questions. Yes, Li Lang, play a song. Xiao Lan pushed the little robot over. The little robot's light flashed. If I play again, I won't have any electricity. Now that I'm being dragged away, I have to save electricity. I can't charge it after I run out of electricity. It's not good for the battery. Bring me another battery. Give me the guitar. Li Yi also knew that this kind of battery couldn't be used to charge it. In the beginning, his rechargeable battery was required to be charged after it was used up. It was good for the battery. Later, the battery was different. It couldn't be operated as before. Dongzhu, you've become more handsome. The little robot immediately praised after knowing that there was a fully charged battery. When he said that he was going to get the guitar, Huang Bai would carry it back. The battery needed to be fetched from Zhuangzi's courtyard. Li Yi slowed down. Others walked in front. He didn't need to carry a strap and could hold the guitar. He played the chords without a pick. He played directly. Listen to me call the spring water cold. Watch me turn the green leaves yellow. Who, daub autumn, next, worry, smoke. Bolin, wild few, Li Yi sang softly, and Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan swayed their heads to listen. The little robot was dragged along, but it was not idle. It sang along with two-step rotation and polyphonic harmony. It's autumn after all. Everyone looked at the scenery in front of them and listened, feeling relaxed. With this thin coat, I'll pass the remaining winter. Li finished singing and looked at the autumn scenery on the mountain. Many leaves had already turned yellow and fallen. Occasionally there would be the sound of cicadas, and all living things would wither away. This year, the people of Hunan province will not wear thin clothes to pass the winter. Li Longji clenched his fists. He liked this song very much. He occasionally sang it in Chang, and even choreographed it. The lyrics were about cicadas in autumn, but there was no word for cicada in the lyrics. But if one thought deeper, the content was actually about people. Li Longji did not care about the meaning of the lyrics. He only felt that the people should not be sad in winter. He had already arrived in Hunan province, and the people of Hunan province were still living a difficult life. What was the use of his private savings? Li Longji finished speaking and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi, you said you won't look for me. I just sang a song. Why, Brother Yi, you sing your song. We'll talk about it during dinner. Li Longji reacted. What's the difference? Li Yi was depressed. Eating hairy crabs at night? Eating calmly? Eating slowly and chatting while eating? The matter of winter clothes is actually easy to deal with. Li Yi did not want to wait until dinner. Yes, brother Yi is right. It's easy. Everyone tell me. Li Longji decided not to trouble brother Yi. There was a large group of officials here. The officials, we didn't say anything. We didn't say it was easy. I didn't say it, he said it. When Li Yi heard this, he continued to retreat, moving in sync with his palace maids and eunuchs. He did not forget to push the little robot along. Thank you. Thank you. I'll tell you a joke later. I'll tell you a very funny joke. I'm counting on it to live for the rest of my life. Haha. The little robot was very polite. Before the joke was told, it laughed first. Its laughter was magical. There was no need to listen to the joke. Hearing it laugh, one would feel like laughing too. Li Lang, give me the guitar, I'll sing for you. Through 1,000 rivers and mountains, always love. Princess Yongmu saw that they had retreated far away and reached out for the guitar. With the prelude, Li Longji looked at the officials. Say it! I want the people of Hunan province to have no thin clothes this winter. You're not familiar with drilling, but you should know about the people's livelihood, right? The officials were worried. No matter how many difficulties there was always love. Could he ask Xiaoyi? Daoji. Li Longji called out. Zhang Shua, you're the Hunan province's magistrate. Zhang Shua actually wanted to say, if I didn't squat down and ask about drilling, would there be no thin clothes in the winter now? This specific question about the people's livelihood was too difficult to answer. His Majesty had asked, so he had to answer. Just listening to the song was not enough. Your Majesty, I think there are a lot of poultry in Hunan province. We should use feathers to fill the clothes. Zhang Shua thought, and then he thought of a situation. There were feathers. Can ordinary linen clothes prevent feathers from showing? Li Longji knew that down jackets required extra cloth. The Li family Zhuangzi could provide military coats, duck feathers, and cashmere uniforms for the soldiers at the border. Adjustable cotton cloth is here. Zhang Shua lowered his head. He knew that there was no need to adjust cotton cloth. Cotton cloth could be used at the border and the navy. How could there be enough cotton cloth in Hunan province? Guangping. Li Longji looked at Song Jing. Just now, you were too nosy and dared to dig a hole for my brother Yi. There are silk in the government's warehouse. Since it's no longer used as money, it's sold to the people. Song Jing had been thinking hard and could only think of this method. How much is the price? Can the people afford it? Li Longji asked. According to the market price, the people of Hunan province must have some money in their hands. Song Jing also lowered his head. Bai Gu. Li Longji looked at Bai Gu. The reed rod can fill the clothes and keep them warm. Send someone to collect it. It's usually not exposed. Bai Gu was also confused. He suddenly asked without giving time to think who could do it. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi probably couldn't answer, right? How many months has it been? And the reed rod? If it was changed, it would have been blown away long ago. Li Longji continued to ask. Like sewing a down jacket, sewing the cattail into the clothes. Bai Gu lowered his head. Ting Shua. Li Longji continued to call out names. Collecting old clothes from the pawn shop. Su Yi heard Princess Yongmu sing. The wind is strong and felt a little cold. Does the size of the clothes fit? Li Longji still asked. It's not difficult to change it. Su Yi lowered his head. I don't know. Ask Gang Ro. Zhang Jiling didn't wait for Li Longji to ask and took the initiative to speak. Okay, let's wait for Yuan to finish singing. Li Longji didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Jiling. She admitted that she couldn't do it. But I beg the mountains and rivers to testify. Li Yi and Princess Yongmu repeated the last sentence. Brother Yi. Li Longji hummed the song in his heart and greeted with an apologetic face. Raise so many rabbit skins, and make coats for the people. Let them use the same amount of rabbit skins next year. This way, they will also raise rabbits. Rabbits eat grass, and there are not enough cows, sheep, and horses. After they raise a lot of rabbits, a part of the price will be deducted and the rest will be bought at a cheaper price. Li Yi didn't take this problem seriously. Raising rabbits for nothing? He collected a lot of rabbit meat. Chapter 1928. Rabbit? Yes, there are still rabbits. Su Yi suddenly remembered. Why didn't he connect the dots just now? How many things does Gang Ro keep in her head all day? Zhang Jiling was speechless. Li Yi's actions were all intricate. Where's the rabbit meat? I haven't eaten it before. Yao Chong tried hard to recall. It seemed that he had only eaten rabbit meat a few times. Make it into meat floss and store it. This winter, give it to the soldiers at the border. The soldiers have a lot of training and need protein supplements. Li Yi gave the answer. He knew how to deal with the rabbit meat. When the weather was cold, both fat and protein were needed. Protein was always the first. It was like losing weight. Through dieting, the first thing to be consumed was actually the protein, followed by the fat. There were some unscientific ways to lose weight, such as dieting and exercising. As a result, the protein in the body decreased and died. Many athletes ate foods high in protein and low in fat in order to maintain the time and condition of their sports career. If he gave the soldiers an air-dried rabbit, it would be troublesome for them to eat it. If it was made into meat floss, it would be no problem for them to eat it. The key was that the meat floss was delicious. They could pinch some and stuff it into their mouth as snacks. Xiao Yi, the calculation is wrong. Bai Gu also had opinions. He had lost face just now and had to make up for it. So what if it's wrong? Who doesn't make mistakes? Li Yi replied, You didn't say anything wrong. I didn't mean that. Xiao Yi, look, you are buying rabbit skins now. The price is high. When the people of Hunan province raise more rabbits, they will pay back the same amount of rabbit skins. The price of rabbit skins is low. There will be a price difference in the middle. Who will make up for the difference? Bai Gu used the most direct market economy analysis. The more rabbits raised, the cheaper it would be. The price difference of rabbit skins alone will be made up by the increase of the overall economic output. The meat and extra rabbit skins they raise will enter the market. When they have profits, they will consume them. Does the Ministry of Revenue collect taxes alone? Is it not related to social economic behavior? Under the situation where other breeding industries are not flourishing, rabbit meat and rabbit skins are a supplement to the consumption chain, not a shock. The macro control is the overall supply and demand of the key regions of the Tang dynasty. The market economy determines the currency circulation and productivity growth. Li Yi looked at her as if she had read a book for nothing and said, Why do you make me so worried? You're only thinking about the price difference. You're not doing business. You're the Ministry of Revenue of the Tang dynasty. You're calculating the profit from one purchase? You don't have to be the Minister of Revenue. I'll give you a small company to play with. What about the size of the rabbit skin clothes? Song Jing remembered that it was not easy to adjust the size of things in the pawn shop. The children will wear bigger ones. In winter, they will wear fur coats. It will be cold if they are too small. If they are 2 sizes bigger, they will be able to press down their blankets when they sleep at night. Was the military coat big enough? Who would wear a military coat normally? Ask the soldiers at the border if the military overcoat is useful. It could be used as a bedding. Hunan is not Lingnan. In winter, the clothes you wear outside have to be big. Don't the top shoes freeze your toes the most in winter? Li Yi started from a practical point of view. Winter shoes can't be just the right size. There has to be some space, including the quilt when sleeping. The bigger the quilt, the warmer it is. If the quilt is small, one can only sleep with the quilt, which is uncomfortable. It was the same for clothes. It was like wearing a quilt-like coat. It felt loose, but it was actually very warm. Generally, when climbing Mount Tai to watch the sunrise, one would rent a military coat that was 1 or even 2 sizes bigger. Is the fur of the rabbit skin coat facing outside or inside? Zhang Shua thought of something. The fur is inside, it's warm. Wearing clothes is not to protect the clothes. I don't care if the skin doesn't exist. Where will the fur go? I only know that I don't feel cold wearing clothes in winter. If the fur is inside, there will naturally be some space to keep it warm. The skin is outside to block it. Also, it's convenient to move around. The fur won't be burned by the fire. Li Yi guessed what Zhang Shua was trying to do. Was he trying to play an illusion with him? Which real worker would wear a leather coat and leave their fur outside? Wouldn't it be a hindrance? Those who leave their fur outside are not workers. The fur is for others to see, to let others know what kind of leather coat it is. Otherwise, if a mink coat leaves the skin outside, how many people would be able to tell? Close up and use a magnifying glass to see? Of course, some animals' fur is hard, so it's not suitable for close contact. It's uncomfortable to prick. Gang Ro. Some places in Guangzhou are not warm in winter. It always rains. Zhang Juling pointed to the south. Shaozhou? It's not about what to wear there, it's about the poor economic conditions. Has the road from Shaozhou to Guangzhou been repaired? In winter, send iron ships to buy winter bamboo shoots and local fungi, such as winter mushrooms, and go to Guangzhou. I'll transfer the money over now and make a reservation first. I'll deduct as much as I can from it. If there's more, I'll refund you. Li Yi knew that Zhang Jiling was not asking about Guangzhou. In Guangzhou, the people and students in Zhuangzi were responsible. Who else could worry about it? Shaozhou was Zhang Jiling's hometown. When he repaired the road, the local people all participated in it. At that time, his official position was Zuoshi Cheng and was far from Shaozhou. For the locals, Zhang Jiling was the glory of their hometown. Not to mention that Zhang Jiling was living in the Tang dynasty now. Even in his own time, when he mentioned Meiguan Ancient Road, the locals were also proud. Thank you, Gangro. Zhang Jiling made a fist salute. It's easy to talk to smart people. In Guangzhou, Gang Ro solved the income problem of the people in Shaozhou. You're welcome. Otherwise, why is the name of the Li family Zhuangzi so useful in all parts of the Tang dynasty? Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons are unimpeded? Li Yi waved his hand. I'll naturally get what I pay for. Bahui Li family Zhuangzi's name is famous in the Tang dynasty. Zhuangzi's exchange coupons are recognized in all parts of the Tang dynasty. Why? Because I can always give benefits to all parts of the country. Zhuangzi's strength and reputation are number one. The more power you enjoy, the more responsibility you have to pay. The current prime minister can't answer the people's problems, but I have to answer it because I can make the prime minister join the league. Like Song Jing, he dug a hole for me several times today. Is he trying to dig me into it? Dream on. He just wanted to find a place to satisfy his cravings and impeach for fun. If he's really hostile, I can kill him. The autumn scenery is so charming. Why do people always feel sad? Li Riji saw a big mountain mangrove tree with a lot of mountain red on it. He reached out to pick it. The mountain red was smaller than the hawthorn, but bigger than the mountain red. He wanted to eat it. Swish! Patter! Guazi shot out a flying knife. A flower snake fell to the ground, startling Li Riji. Where did the snake come from? Why didn't I see it? This snake. Li Riji wanted to figure it out. The little robot said. It jumped down from above and was hit by the flying knife in the air. Li Riji looked back at Guazi. Thank you, Officer Gua. You're worthy of being a martial arts expert. It's just a small poison. You won't die even if you're bitten. Dongzhu is here. Guazi didn't take the credit. The fact was as he said. Even if the snake was bitten by Li Yi, there was no problem. Officer Gua is modest. Li Riji didn't want to be bitten and then saved by Li Yi. How uncomfortable. Chapter 1929. Everyone was nervous for a moment and then relaxed. With Guazi and Li around, it was a double insurance. The flying dagger was too powerful. The snake bounced down from above and was pierced by the dagger in the air. Your Majesty, please promote Officer Gua. Li Riji expressed. No, it doesn't matter what position I have. Guazi refused. His family had received additional benefits from Li Yi personally. What was the purpose of a promotion? More money, more power? He had all of them now. The 30,000 winged knights were under his command. The benefits he received were endless, just like Dong Zhu, a second-rank civil and military official. If he wanted to be a first-rank official, he could do it temporarily and resign later. When Guazi refused, he did not give Li Riji any face and spoke straightforwardly. With Z here, I am relieved. There are windmills on the mountain in front. The position is very messy. Li Longji was satisfied. He was satisfied with Guazi's skill, and even more satisfied with Guazi's attitude. The winged knights were not controlled by outsiders, who had the qualifications to suggest to him that the people who were against the winged knights be promoted. Brother Yi did not say anything. Brother Yi could mobilize the winged knights, but he never participated in the issue of official positions. Guazi was still a sixth-rank official. Was his position small? Songda was still without rank. He did not receive officials below fifth rank at all. Li Longji thought so and changed the topic. He saw that the windmills on the mountain next to them were particularly messy, threshing and shelling the grains for the people nearby. If the wind is not fixed, build more windmills. As long as there is wind, no matter how it blows, there will always be windmills that can move. Li Yi was clear about this. As he spoke, he changed the battery for the little robot. The battery that was changed still had more than 30% charge. The little robot was afraid that the battery life would be shortened. Yes, Dongzhu is right. The windmills provide power. Connect the belt and send the things up. When it is done, send them down. The little robot with a full battery became active. It took the initiative to introduce itself and jumped between the gaps between the people. You'll run out of battery again and run around. Noble consort Lu always treated the little robot as a child. Thank you, noble consort Lu, for your reminder. I can't. I'll charge my battery. The little robot ran to noble consort Lu's side and explained to her. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain will cause a horse to run to death. Fortunately, the mountain here was not so far away, so there was no need to walk through the ravine. The mountain roads were interconnected, so it only took them 40 minutes to reach there. The other palace maids and eunuchs were tired. They had picked a lot of red flowers from the mountains. Let's stay here today. Send the crabs over. There are tents here. Li Yi took a shanli hong, rubbed it with his hands, and took a bite. It was so sour that his eyes narrowed. Li, why did you pick so many? Princess Jincheng also ate one. She didn't like it, as it was too sour. Buy it, I want to buy it. Cook it with rock sugar for the children. It won't be so sour after it's cooked. Then, this thing was used to cook meat. The meat was cooked quickly, and it could also remove the fishy smell. It's not suitable to make candied haws in winter. It's too small and it's too sour, but it's a good thing to use as a food additive for livestock. If livestock have poor digestion or diarrhea, it's useful to feed it. Add some when eating hay in winter. It's beneficial for livestock to absorb it. It's the same for pigs. They have a lot of indigestion. Get some haws mixed with talcum powder or brick foam. Li Yi grabbed a few shanli hong and weighed it in his hand. He didn't want to eat it. Is this breeding method recorded in the newspaper? Lu Yu tried to recall, but she couldn't seem to remember. It was published in the newspaper. There's another method of storing haws. It's not easy to store and control it. It can't be stored in small quantities. It will always rot unless it's dried. The merchants are only willing to choose big fruits. The purchase price is low. When it's sold, the profit is more than 5 times. Li Yi knew about the merchants' behavior in daily life. Because haws were not easy to store, the price of fresh fruit was low. The people had no choice but to sell it. A big basket was not worth 2 coins. When they wanted to eat it in winter, they could buy a few handfuls for 1 coin. The dried fruit was not as delicious as fresh fruit. Is Gang Ro trying to attack the merchants' profits? Do they think the price difference is too high? Zhang Juling was very envious of the Li family Zhuangzi. The prices in Chang and were stable, and the Li family Zhuangzi could regulate them at any time. At the beginning, they had to take out the real goods and raise the purchase price. Every time, the disobedient merchants would lose money. After that, they didn't have to take out the goods. They just had to say something, and the merchants would immediately comply. The price of food in the entire capital office and the surrounding areas fluctuated very little every day. It didn't even change for a month. The price of various kinds of meat also didn't fluctuate significantly. The difference between the price of 1 catty of pork in the same position was 20 jiao. Usually, when the price fluctuated more than 50 jiao, the Li family Zhuangzis, people would keep an eye on it to see what the problem was. 50 jiao could buy 1 catty of grains. Was it a transportation problem? Or was it a slaughtering problem? Did the price of feed increase? Who was mass-producing ham? The Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of ham. Every time a large number of pigs were slaughtered, the Li family Zhuangzi would buy pork legs. The price stabilized again. Zhang Jiling believed that Li Yi had come to Luoyang to deal with people. Their profits aren't high. Fresh hawthorn fruits aren't necessary. The medicinal hawthorns have been stored away. The people can also digest dried hawthorns. Li Yi waved his hand and said when he saw that everyone had set up a large tent and that some people were pulling out phone wires, "In that case, why did you collect it? Let the people go up the mountain to harvest it?" Song Jing probably saw that Li Yi wasn't prepared to call him into the group, so he jumped out again. He had nothing to do anyway. Deep processing to provide jobs. There are hundreds of thousands of people. Many people who have lost their land are rushing to Luoyang. Huainan Circuit and Shannon East Circuit have the most people. Actually, Jiangnan East Circuit and Jiangnan West Circuit aren't rich, especially Jiangnan East Circuit. Li Yi said that a large number of people had gathered and that the situation was serious, but he didn't look worried. The others weren't worried either. After all, Li Yi had already made arrangements. In the future, the 2 capitals will definitely be prosperous. I wonder what difficulties the people who came here are facing. Su Yi said his family's conditions were good and he had never been poor. His father was the minister's left servant. His grandfather was the governor of Taizhou. His great-grandfather was the vice minister of Honglu. His great-great-grandfather was the minister's left servant. "Mother, are we still going to walk straight to the relay station ahead?" A group of people was advancing on the official road from Huainan Circuit's Zhongshan to Henan and Yuzhou's Lang Mountain. Among them was a woman in her late 20s. She had 4 children, all of whom were girls. The eldest one was 7 or 8 years old, while the 2 younger ones looked like twins. There was also a 5 or 6-year-old. The eldest child asked the woman. From time to time, she and the woman would place the 2 younger ones in a sling in front of their chests. They would carry them for a distance and then hold them for a distance. The other 5 or 6-year-old girl only carried a basket. She looked very tired and didn't say a word. Only when the eldest child asked her did she look up at the woman. "We can't walk anymore. It's almost dark. We'll stay there." The woman adjusted the sling position of the basket on her shoulders and turned her head to look at the setting sun in the west. There were no more recommendations next week. This was already the 7th week in a row. The original editor had left. At present, the farmer still didn't know who his editor was and didn't ask. Brothers and sisters, if you have the ability, please return to Qidian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 1930. To the west was a continuous stretch of burning clouds. Looking at them made one's heart feel warm. It was as if they should stop there and never move. Under the afterglow, the shadows of people and trees were elongated. They swayed and intersected and separated. The twin girls were pulled by their mother and sister respectively. They walked with their short legs. Their faces were covered in dust, but it couldn't hide the brightness in their big eyes. They walked on the shadows, looking at the people who passed them and then at the road under their feet. It was as if they wanted to remember something, but they couldn't leave any memories. Hearing their mother's words, the two older girls suddenly gained strength. The sound of hooves came from the road ahead. Judging from the sound, it wasn't fast, but they couldn't tell how many horses there were. When they got a little closer, they realized that there were 10 horses and 5 people. Each person had 2 horses. The horses were tall and big. They definitely didn't look like horses for work. We are the Zwo Chenyo guards. Were you bullied on the road? Tell us, and we will deal with it immediately. The person in front of the 5 people shouted. The horse was tall and strong and looked very mighty. The group of more than 40 people looked at each other and shook their heads at the person on the horse. No, there's only one stop within 10 miles. Let's go together. Has His Majesty arrived in Loyang? We want to go there. Li Dongzhu is with His Majesty, right? Is there any work to do there? We have a place to stay, right? As long as there is a place to set up a straw hut. The people on the road asked one after another. They were most concerned about this. His Majesty and Dr. Li have arrived. They are looking for a place to build a house. Dr. Li will probably arrange work for us. The Chenyo guards didn't hide anything. They were sent to patrol the area around Hunan province. Their first duty was to protect the people of Hunan province. They didn't check the household register or the public inspection. After the people arrived, they had specialized personnel in charge of counting. After the fugitives were confirmed and there was no arrest warrant, they were directly sent to Luoyang. When he spoke, he observed everyone's expressions. Some deliberately avoided it, and he carefully questioned them. Fortunately, everyone's expression was calm and there was no sign of panic. He dismounted, reached into his pocket, and took out a handful of malt candy. He tried to squeeze out a smile and gave it to the children. The 2 older children were given 3 pieces each, while the younger children were given 2 pieces each. Eat 1 piece. You're not allowed to keep the rest, he said to the 2 maidservants. The 2 girls glanced at their mother, peeled off the wrapper, and took out the malt candy with the glutinous rice wrapper and stuffed it into their mouths. The 2 little ones also used their small hands to peel off the candy wrapper and put a piece of candy into their mouths. They raised their heads to reveal their little dimples, and their big eyes narrowed into crescent moons. The children in the other groups followed to receive the candies, while the other adults did not care. The 1,000-bull guard mounted their horses and continued forward. Before they reached the border of Hunan Prefecture, they were ordered to guard the relay station there. Mother, this is for you. The eldest girl peeled off one of the remaining 2 pieces of candy. Mother doesn't like it. I'm thirsty after eating it. You keep it. Keep the candy for 3rd brother and 4th brother as well. The woman shook her head. It's for Mother. When he gave it to her, he purposely gave her more. He especially left some for the other children. Look at that child, he's with his parents. Give him 4 pieces of candy and he eats 1 on the spot. As for the remaining 3 pieces, each of them gets 1. The eldest girl was quick-witted. She guessed the other party's motive from giving the candy. Mother really doesn't want to eat it. The woman shook her head again. The 2nd girl snatched the candy from her sister's hands and ran to her mother's side. She stretched out her arms with all her might. Mother, you eat it. Father is dead, and you didn't give birth to a son. Grandfather and mother don't want us and gave the land to eldest uncle and 3rd uncle. In the future, when we earn money, we won't acknowledge them. What nonsense are you talking about? The woman glared at her, but her eyes were red. I'm not talking nonsense. I know everything. Tears fell from the 2nd girl's eyes. Mother, eat it. We'll reach the relay station soon. Let's go to Luoyang to find work. The woman opened her mouth to eat the candy. She wiped her daughter's tears and wiped her own tears. The clip-clop of horse hooves sounded from behind. One of the 1,000-bull guard had returned. Put the children in the basket beside the horses. Let's go quickly. Don't waste time. He brought back 6 horses. He dismounted and placed the children in the basket beside the horses. The eldest and second girls were also placed in the basket. He grabbed the back of the necks of the 2 girls with one hand and pressed the back of the horse with the other. His body rose into the air and he landed on the horse's back with a whiff. The 2 little fellows were still in a daze. He took one in each hand and held one in each arm. Let's go. He didn't touch the reins at all. The horses moved forward. The 2 little fellows had candy in their mouths. They wanted to speak, but were afraid that the candy would fall out. As a result, they drooled. Without the influence of the children, the group sped up and arrived at the relay station in about 15 minutes. The children were put down. The 1,000-bull guard took the horses and left. The twins hadn't finished eating the candy. They wanted to speak again and drooled even more. Don't speak. Eat the candy. The eldest girl wiped the saliva from her sister's mouth. The clip-clop of horse hooves sounded again. It came from the front. It was still 5 people and 10 horses. We are from the right Golden Guard. Was anyone bullied on the way here? The leader shouted from the horse. The commoners shook their heads again. Just now, the Zhuoqianyo Guard helped us bring the children here on horses. They didn't bully us. They even gave our children candy to eat. You all came out. Who's protecting Her Majesty? Is the winged knights guarding Her Majesty? Everyone spoke one after another. The fatigue of the journey seemed to dissipate in an instant. We didn't ask the 1,000-bull guard. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to bully people. Everyone, go to the relay station and rest. The right Golden Guard dismounted and found a place to tie the horses. In fact, they didn't need to tie them up. They put them in the stable and pushed the low fence. The horses would stay inside. The fence couldn't stop the horses at all. The horses jumped out easily. The horses were well raised. They were sensible and obedient. They knew what this meant. Once they came in and closed the door, they couldn't go out. Unless you don't send me food at night, I won't go out to find you. I won't run around. You're not leaving? The eldest girl noticed the situation. 2 relay stations and 1 team. There are 2 relay stations over there. We're in charge of this relay station and the one in the north. Rest at ease. The Chamberlain of Jin Wu replied with a smile, trying his best to appear amiable and amiable. Okay. The eldest and the second girl cheered at the same time. The 2 little girls giggled. They finally swallowed the last bit of candy. The relay station's constable and courier took out soup and black bread. They also picked wild vegetables and made salted vegetables to serve the commoners. The commoners didn't eat first. They arranged a large shared bed. The men and women were separated and helped to clean up. After cleaning up the relay station, they ate under the faint light of the tall kerosene lamp. The Golden Guard ate better than the commoners. One of them hurriedly finished eating and stood outside the relay station with his weapon. It wasn't that he didn't move. He was strolling. After standing for a long time, his reaction speed was slow and he was too tired. When he was tired, he had to find a place to sit and rest to maintain his fighting strength. Chapter 1931. Eastern Capital Luoyang, Imperial Good Fortune Compendium. The Tianshu was rebuilt and the mausoleum was rebuilt. The martyr, Huaiyuan, will never die. Offerings were offered throughout the day, and incense wafted from the offerings. Love in the human world is here, and the great Tao is clear. Heaven and earth can be reversed. Loyal souls have no hesitation. The stars twinkled and dimmed, while the sun and moon shone brightly. Mount Tai has been worshipped several times, and the muddy river originated from the emperor. In the relay station, After everyone finished eating, the students who were going to take the exam were also there. They enjoyed good treatment. The three of them were given a separate room. There was meat in the dishes, and there was also a large wooden tub for bathing. They did not share a large bunk with the others. Today's newspaper was brought over by the Jinwoo guards, and the three students were in charge of reading and interpreting it. This article was jointly written by the little girl Feng Qingdai and her junior fellow apprentice, Li Guizong. Everyone was busy and couldn't find the time. Li Yi took out his eldest disciple and wrote, Parallel for Li 6, 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 Li 7, Li 6, 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 lied the little girl Feng Qingdai, felt that it was too difficult, so she asked for external help. Therefore, she brought along her junior brother, Li Guizong. The student read on and on. When he reached the end, he had to record who wrote the book. At the same time, he read out the Empress's palace advisor, the imperial physician's external female official, Feng Qingdai, Li Guizong. Book. This means that Luoyang is the eastern capital of the Tang dynasty. It's very normal for the sages to come to Luoyang. The Tian Shu that was previously demolished, another student was responsible for translating, the whiter the better. In fact, he was not in a good mood at all. The newspaper reported that Dr. Li Yi had taken in 2 apprentices. One was 9 years old this year, and the other was 8 years old. Were they the ones who wrote the Imperial Majesty's blessing, Luo Zhao? Would he still be able to take the imperial examinations next year? Everyone understood what he meant, but they preferred to listen to the original text instead of the translation. The translated version was unpleasant to listen to, but the original text was easy to understand. When outsiders arrive in Luoyang, send their children to the school first. The school will be responsible for their food and lodging. The others worked and helped to repair the houses outside the city. They also lived there. He worked for money, and the house was considered a rental. The price was very low, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to afford it. Before winter comes, I'll ensure that everyone has work to do, and it's the kind that can last for a long time. Another student was reading the newspaper. What Dabai said was very different from the previous emperor Xingluo Zhao. The most important thing was that it was Feng Qingdai and Li Guizong, the Empress's palace advisor, who wrote this. The people who stayed in the tavern all revealed smiles. They knew what to do in the past. She had a place to stay, a child to take care of, work to do, and money to earn. Mother, are we going to school? Could he not go? I want to accompany Mother. The woman's eldest maidservant had a newspaper in her hand. She could read the parts in the vernacular. There were many parts of the edict that she didn't understand, but after listening to the explanation, she understood. She knew how to read. She had secretly learned it and even taught it to second sister. She had been thinking about selling herself. Her daughter was worthless. He did not have a younger brother, and his father had died of illness. He had even lost his land. Ever since she was young, she knew that girls who could read were many times more valuable than girls who couldn't read. No, go to school. As long as I'm alive, I'll raise you. She had heard that those who studied well in school were also rich. Take area with you. Li Dongzhu will write about it in the newspaper. I won't lose out, the woman said with a sullen face. She was also studying hard. The women in other large families were all knowledgeable. Got it, Mother. We'll learn and earn money. The eldest girl looked at her younger sister. Xiao Yi, why do you think this crab is delicious when it's bigger? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi, who was busy taking crab meat for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan, and asked. Eating crab was different from eating martial arts. It had to be broken up. Normally, 8 pieces of crab were used. Li Yi used 16 pieces of crab. 8 pieces were enough. Li Yi actually wanted to use 64 pieces for the people he operated on. Many of them were repeated with different sizes. 16 pieces were slightly more delicate, so he used them more easily. The nurses used 64 pieces. The tools were getting more and more delicate. They practiced. Li Yi used 16 pieces of tools to eat crabs. He ate all the places where crabs could be eaten. He could still piece the crabs together. He was not bored. He was always practicing. Surgeons required both speed and quality. Some surgeons were finished if they were too slow. For surgery outside the mind and brain, they also needed to wake up during anesthesia to let the patient know the situation. Then they would be anesthetized again and wake up again. If you did it slowly, what did you think it was? That was a human. If the brain was exposed to the outside for a long time, it would stink. Waking up during surgery and knowing during surgery, or rather, waking up during anesthesia, were two different things. Knowing during surgery meant that waking up during anesthesia was a medical accident. Waking up during surgery was the pinnacle of anesthesia. Li Yi took crab meat for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. He was skilled and treated it like a surgeon. In the end, he had to piece together a complete crab. Otherwise, when he operated on people, would they be in pieces? The pinnacle of technology was art. Li Yi enjoyed the process. Anyway, it was not a big deal if the crab made a mistake. Li Yi finished processing a crab leg and took a break. He answered, "Deep-fried small sea crabs, those close to the crabs. You said it was good when you ate it." Different cooking methods. Crabs have different ways to eat? Then, is Luoyang suitable for raising crabs? This was Baigu's goal. He wanted the people of Luoyang to raise crabs in large numbers. It's not suitable, at least not now. The economy of crabs depends on the consumption. Chang and field crab rice varieties are different from the current Henan Prefecture's indica rice varieties. One is japonica rice, while the other is indica rice. The growth cycle of indica rice is short. If the crabs are harvested before they grow up, what about the crabs? Raise the freshwater mitten crabs as flatback crabs in the sea and fry them? Li Yi took another hairy crab and continued to quickly dissect it. He felt that Old Bai was looking for trouble because he did not get to eat the crab meat he helped to prepare. "You mean that Henan Prefecture can raise crabs but not crabs?" Baigu asked. "Yes, they can, but it's not worth it. The railway and bridge have been repaired. This should be an important logistics transit center. The biggest advantage is deep processing. With logistics, there are many things that can be raised, planted, and processed. Why do we have to focus on crabs?" As Li Yi spoke, the Along the River during Qingming appeared in his mind. He shook his head. The Along the River during Qingming was not as lively as the southern part of Chang. It could not even compare to the eastern and western cities. In the future, there would be many large warehouses in Luoyang, and people from various industries would participate. This old man understands. Repairing the bridge can provide jobs for countless people. Song Jing gently slapped the table, his face filled with excitement. Zhang, Julian glanced at Song Jing. The people who are repairing the bridge have been arranged properly. The people who come later are not included. Repair the bridge. Map. Li Longji, who had been lowering his head to open the crabs, suddenly spoke. Qing Song opened the box and took out the map of Luoyang Palace. Beside him, Purple Jade also took out a map from its box. It was the map of Henan Prefecture. Li Yi glanced at his eldest disciple, who was helping the little guy deal with the crabs. The little girl noticed the situation and turned her head. Li Yi winked and drew in the air with his hand. Just as the little girl was about to move, Li Guizong opened the backpack of the tablet first, took out the tablet, tapped on it, and ran to Li Longji. "Good, it's all good." Li Longji praised and took the tablet. On the screen was a map of the Yellow River. Qing Song and Purple Jade were speechless. Chapter 1932. Li Longji slid his finger on the screen. "The river here is narrow and there are too many mountains on both sides. There are dozens of miles of open space north of the Luoyang Palace, suitable for building warehouses. He confirmed the location. There were a group of hills north of Luoyang with many ravines. Some people had terraced fields above. Li Yi took pictures with his drone and even captured the curious expressions on the people's faces when they looked up. Third brother, look at the back. There are plans to build dozens of roads of different sizes. If it's not too cold in winter, we'll build all the roads together. Right now, it's not convenient to build a new city and move the capital elsewhere, Luoyang and Chang, and have to be strengthened as political and economic centers. Li Yi finished the drawings and had 3 sets of backup drawings. The construction difficulty and topography were taken into consideration when making the drawings. From north of Luoyang to the Yellow River, there were ravines on the left and right. If the roads were built in the ravines, after it rained, if there were ravines, there would be ridges. If the roads were built on the ridges, the slopes would be too steep. It would be difficult to drive a car, let alone drive a carriage. If the roads were built on the mountainside, there would be a bunch of backup routes that took into consideration the soil composition of the mountain. The people from Luoyang's Ministry of Works would inspect the site to see if it was possible and allow them to temporarily change the route. Move the capital. Li Longji was stunned and seemed to be considering the feasibility. Third brother, we won't move. Li Yi hurriedly persuaded. Without the money, even if they had the money, where would they move to? Could they move to Yuzhou, which was Beijing? Why would they go there? The Kaitnans, Shi, and Bohai in the northeast were not enough to pose an absolute threat. I don't want to move the capital. In the future, when I go to various places in the Tang dynasty, I have to have a place to stay. Would it be convenient to build an imperial city on each road? Li Longji spoke his mind. He wanted to travel around, and when he arrived at a place, he wanted to visit the imperial city instead of the imperial residence. Third brother, I think it's fine. Li Yi shook his head slightly and said something in support. No, several officials said at the same time. After they said no, they looked at each other and did not say anything, waiting for someone else to speak. Li Longji was also looking. Say, what's wrong? We have to ask what Gangrou and Gangrou are planning. Zhang Jiling didn't know why he was in the front. He couldn't just take 2 steps back. The others nodded. Yes, if Xiao Yi said it could be done, it would naturally not be a waste of money and manpower. He valued the people's livelihood more than others. For example, 3 years later, His Majesty was fortunate enough to visit Yangzhou and wanted to build a city in Yangzhou's Jianyang. The newspapers reported how prosperous the area would be in the future and how the railway would be built along the canal. Naturally, the rich people in the area would be interested. The local land was prohibited from being bought and sold. If anyone wanted to sell, the local authorities would buy it. However, if there were people who were willing to participate in the construction, they could use it as a rental fee and choose a good location. Give them the blueprints and specifications, let them build it themselves, and rent it to them after they're done. Part of the cost of building the house will be deducted as rent. Li Yi came up with an idea. Don't sell the houses in advance. Ask others to invest money and labor. After the house is built, it will not belong to the other party. Others will agree. Chu Dai Zhu Dan's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked. Ask the big businessmen in Chang, and if they agree. Li Yi mentioned Yu Huaid and the others. They will definitely agree, but why choose Jianyang? Isn't Jiangning higher? It's easier to defend and attack from the south. Yao Chong knew that the big businessmen in Chang and were rich and were training their children to take the imperial examinations. He allowed them to take the imperial examinations. He felt that Jiangning's terrain was good. There were many mountains, high terrain, and it was stuck in the Yangtze River. The place was low, and the enemy could attack by digging the river. If we don't fight there, it will cost a lot of money. Jianyang has many water networks, and it's not far from Jiangning. We can slowly build Jiangning. Li Yi did not want to build a big city in Nanjing. It would be troublesome. Unless they lost the mountains and rivers north of the Yangtze River, they would build a capital in Nanjing. Chu Dai Zhu Dan understood, but he looked on helplessly. Tubo did not seem to be able to use the same method. Settle it. Bai Gu thought about not needing the Ministry of Revenue to pay for it and was tempted. The emperor should be the one paying for the imperial city. The emperor had a lot of money, and other places would be spent by others, and then he would collect taxes. However, if it was 3 years later, he would probably have to join the Tuan heir. Third brother, why don't we settle it after this year? There is coal and iron locally. We can burn bricks and cement and maintain it in the future. It will give the local people who have lost their land a chance to earn more money. The navy can go over, and Suzhou is not far from the sea. It can be built before next autumn. If you want to go, you can go. It's the same work anywhere. Li Yi thought of Manshan. It was upstream, and after Nanjing was Yangzhou. It was connected to Suzhou in the south by a canal, and it reached Taihu Lake. Suzhou was different from his time. A large area was in the sea, and it was convenient for the navy to come and go. After the city was repaired with cement and bricks, he could go over and tidy up the 10 miles of Qinhuai in Nanjing. There was still no Confucius temple there. There was no need to repair it, and it would not appear in the future. As for one less scenic spot, there would be more scenic spots. The telephone line needs to be pulled over. Song Jing did not stop him. The emperor's arrival in Yangzhou could drive the local economic development and was beneficial to the country and the people. Chang and was already developing steadily, and the emperor's absence would have little impact. Li Longji smiled. He could travel again, and the key was that it would not affect the imperial court. He thought of the people who were rushing to Luoyang. The gathering people have a difficult journey. Arrange a boat to help them. The cold weather will affect their job search. Gao Lisher found the phone he pulled over and began to make arrangements. In the inn where the woman and her 4 daughters were resting, the village constable kindly helped to boil the bathwater. The emperor's soldiers had come, which proved that they valued him. As the person in charge of the relay station, it was good to pretend. The relay station had spare rooms for couples to use. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out the linen clothes from the storeroom of the relay station. He told everyone that they could wash their clothes after bathing and change into this. The clothes would dry tomorrow before they left, so they could wash these clothes. The people were happy and did not mind working. They could wash and wear clothes for one night. They could simply go into the water. How dirty could the clothes after bathing be overnight? If the bathwater was dirty, they could not wash the clothes after washing it once. The color of the water, after washing it again, the water could not be used as ink. When they washed their hair, a lot of lice and pests fell off. When they used a grate to scrape their scalp, the soap water that came off was full of bubbles. Everyone was clearly tired from the day's journey, but after cleaning up, they lay on their beds and looked at the pea-sized kerosene lamp on the roof beam. However, they could not fall asleep. The woman's 2 younger twin daughters were snoring. They had eaten too much. The people of the Right Golden Guard went to the forest beside the relay station and hunted 5 rabbits. They roasted the rabbit meat, and the 2 children ate an entire rabbit leg. The children were not sensible and ate as they loved to eat meat. The eldest and second daughters modestly declined and ate a few mouthfuls before stopping. "Mother, can we walk to Luoyang in a month? I heard that there are still 800 or 900 li to go." The eldest daughter stared at the light of the kerosene lamp. As she watched the light blur, she asked in a whisper, "Yes, definitely. The emperor's soldiers will protect us on the way. Don't worry." As the woman spoke, she turned her head and found that her 4 daughters were all asleep. She looked up at the lamp and also felt sleepy. She yawned and pressed the cloth bag she had brought with her under her body. Chapter 1933, including all of her and her daughter's belongings, more than a handful of exchange coupons. She used her husband's land and house to exchange for it and sold it to her husband's family. How could the land and house only be worth this much money? When her husband was sick Other people helped her get the medicine, and the money for the medicine was a lot. In the end, the illness was not cured, but she owed a lot of debt. Looking at the expressions of her in-laws and the rest of the family, they couldn't wait to kill her and her daughter. Was that still a family? Coincidentally, His Majesty was in Luoyang and allowed others to go there. She sold the house and land cheaply to her in-laws and left with her daughter. Thinking back, the money for the medicine was not that much. If she gave birth to a boy, perhaps things would be different, right? Thinking about this, the woman fell into a deep sleep, the corners of her eyes still wet with tears. At dawn, it was a charming morning glow. Someone woke up first and called the others to get up. They changed back into their own clothes, rinsed the hemp clothes provided by the relay station, and hung them on a rope outside to dry. The relay station had prepared meat soup, pickled vegetables, and pieces of black bread on the side for them to eat as they pleased. The village constable muttered, "I have to spend money again to provide straw, raincoats, and bamboo hats." Then he cut extra slices of cooked meat for the children. The meat was wolf meat, and 4 wolf skins were soaked in water in a large wooden bucket. Last night they came over for them. When the lights from the relay station shone over, the 4 pairs of eyes were very obvious. When the right Golden Guard on night watch saw this, he woke his brothers up and everyone raised their guns. At a distance of 50 to 60 steps, 3 of them were shot. The last one ran, but it still hesitated. It looked back from time to time, as if it wanted to remember who shot it. The range of the bullets was not only 50 to 60 steps. In the end, the slower one only suffered 1 round. At dawn, the people of the right Golden Guard went over and followed the blood trail to find the 2 wolves that had run several li away. The other 2 were very close to the place where they were beaten. The village constable and the courier helped to clean up. First, they cut a few large pieces of meat and minced them to make soup. The relay station would leave 3 wolves and give them the wolf skins. The right Golden Guard did not want them and told them to exchange them for money. The other 2 wolves would be given to the next relay station, and the 5 right Golden Guards would be in charge of 2 relay stations. The morning glow was so beautiful. The village constable did not know when it started to rain, so he took out the things from the storehouse. The commoners who were eating listened and didn't make a sound. They said that they didn't need hats and raincoats. It didn't matter what the constable said. What mattered was how much he had done. A wolf was placed on the table in front of the 3 students, giving them special treatment. The 3 of them looked at each other and reached out to tear the meat. Most of the meat was torn off and placed on plates to be distributed to the elderly and women in the crowd. "What are the 3 of you doing?" the village constable asked. One of the students replied, "We are heading to Luoyang to take the imperial examinations next spring." The imperial examinations were meant to select talents for the country, to be the pillars of the country, to shelter the people from the wind and rain. If you don't have the aspiration of a pillar, why would you travel to Luoyang? Good ambition. I wish the 3 of you good luck. The constable cupped his fists. A portion of the commoners did not understand, but they could understand. They looked at the 3 students and found them pleasing to the eye. After the meal, everyone put on their straw raincoats and bamboo hats and continued their journey. 5 members of the right Golden Guards accompanied them. They would wait until they reached the next relay station and dropped off 2 wolves before returning. Horses were not to be ridden, but to be used for carrying things. The little twins were loaded into baskets, and they poked their heads out to look. The 3 students were reciting the Analects of Confucius. The newspaper said that next year's imperial examinations would be based on the Analects of Confucius. It was a freebie question. If they told you that only the Analects of Confucius would be tested, how could you get it wrong? You'd better find another way. In addition, they would test the contents of 10 medical books. They would simply identify symptoms and prescribe prescriptions, and they could recite common pulse conditions. Mathematics was a bit more difficult, so everyone had to do more questions. The newspaper also had the methods and ideas to solve some questions. Reciting other things while walking was not suitable, but the Analects of Confucius was more convenient. The two maidservants brought by the woman took the initiative to lean close to the students and listen to them recite. They muttered along and listened carefully when they encountered something they had never studied before. After the eldest maidservant gave up on the idea of selling herself, she began to think about how to earn money through the school scholarship. The three students recited and tested each other. When they heard the two maidservants reciting along, they began to teach the children. They taught the children word by word, telling them what the word meant and what it meant. The other children in the group did not come. Perhaps they did not want to lose face, or perhaps they did not reach the desperate situation that the little girl was facing. The commoners on the other roads saw the people from the 16 guards one after another. The winged knights did not go. They were guarding Luoyang Palace. In reality, there was nothing to guard. The people who should be arrested had already been arrested. The others who wanted to incite the commoners to cause trouble in Hunan were simply dreaming. The commoners were living well. Why would they want to cause trouble for you? Run out and steal? The chicks at home were about to hatch. They had no time to deal with you. If you really rebelled, it would no longer be a matter of a nest of chicks. It would be a matter of life and death for the entire family. One after another, people from Chang rushed to Luoyang. Yu Huaid and the others arrived by train with boxes of currency coupons. They left some people behind to take care of the capital's business: mining, pig farming, and store management. They applied with Li Yi to buy a telegram transmission quota. They could send telegrams at critical moments. If it was an important matter, they could even apply for a telephone line. For example, in a county north of the capital, dozens of pig farmers suddenly fell ill. It was no longer the Pig Alliance's problem. Li Yi promised to help. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the imperial court meeting. Li did not go. He was tired and delayed on the way. He had been dealing with a lot of things recently, including the matchwood factory, bridge repair, road repair, other intensive handicrafts, scattered handicrafts, land planning outside the city. There were a lot of things that he needed to take care of. They all belonged to Hunan. The Turks in the north, the other tribes that came over, the design of the steam engine, the winter breeding of crops, and a bunch of other things. The imperial court meeting was boring. Did he need to show his face there and let others know who he was? All the students who had arrived in Luoyang received an invitation. After the imperial court meeting, they could participate in the student banquet and eat crabs. The imperial court meeting was especially troublesome. His Majesty was lucky to be in the eastern capital and had to rebuild Tianshu. The ceremony was very grand. Li Longji and the ministers, who should have been excited, seemed to be wasting time as they went through one process after another. The officials in Luoyang were even less happy. They arrested people and punished them. After they were interrogated, they were fined their salaries. When other officials made a mistake, why didn't you report it to Hunan's magistrate? Is this how Hunan's magistrate manages Hunan? Zhang Shuo was also fined half a year's salary. Who could smile when there was less money? The imperial court meeting finally ended after 1 o'clock. His Majesty bestowed a banquet, and the officials dragged their tired bodies to eat. Li Longji went to another place and ate with the students. The students smiled brightly. In recent days, the price of crabs had been rising day by day. Ordinary people could not see the crabs brought back by the cruiser. The commoners caught crabs and sold them to restaurants and restaurants. The restaurants and restaurants did not dare to pretend that the cruiser had brought back crabs. They only said that they were local crabs. The price was more than 3 times the previous year, and it was said that it would continue to rise. Chapter 1934. The students brought their own poems to praise the crab. The song and dance troupe of the Pear Garden was responsible for choosing the best performances. The students praised each other if they thought it was good. Li Longji was far away from them, eating crab alone. Song Jing and the others accompanied him at the student banquet. They didn't care about the court assembly. They could see each other almost every day. What was the use of saying a few words to those they met less than once a year? If they had the ability, they could write a letter. If the content was good and beneficial to the country and the people, they would be exempted from the exam. If it was good, they would be promoted. Now that they were eating crab, Lilongji's mood was not much different. Listening to the students' poems, the students should write an article about the governance of Hunan province. Xiao Yi hid in the mountains to enjoy leisure, causing us to suffer. Baigu heard a student saying something loudly, asking others to look at the teeth. He gestured to the west, wanting to take something to knock out the tooth. He guessed the situation and inserted teeth for shopkeeper Yi and the other two. Xiao Yi also helped all the missing teeth in Luoyang Palace to burn a batch of teeth. That student must be one of them. It was just a porcelain tooth. What was there to show off? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Baigu ordered, "Call that person to me." In less than half a minute, the student arrived. He first bowed to Baigu. Student Zhang Shunpeng greets the head of the secretariat. Baigu snorted. Zhang Shunpeng bent down, waiting for Baigu to speak. What did a mean? Baigu was eating crab, so he was angry. Of course, it was not because Zhang Shunpeng had inserted teeth like him. There were monks and Taoist priests who came to find him. Li Longji complained that the temples and monasteries were too big and didn't pay taxes. He cleaned up a group of people who left their land to the temples and monasteries. He told them to return to the secular world and not to continue taking advantage of the Tang dynasty. There were rumors, but they were not rumors. After the court assembly, he would collect taxes from the monks and Taoist priests tomorrow. Mount Song could not escape. Both Buddhism and Taoism existed in Mount Song. In the past, he was willing to go there and discuss with them. Princess Jingxian printed a large number of books. He even asked for some and sent people to deliver them to Mount Song and other places in Hunan Prefecture. If Baigu wants you to pay taxes, then just pay. It's not like you can't make a living anymore. You didn't skimp on the money from the pilgrims. In the end, you came to me and asked me to tell His Majesty not to collect taxes. Do my words count? Collecting taxes is my business. I didn't come up with the idea. Go look for Xiao Yi. You guys are talking to me about our past relationship. I don't want to join the group. It's just 10% tax. Look at Xiao Yi's tax, 80%. He doesn't even feel the pinch when he makes millions of dollars from his trades. You Buddhists don't care about the common people. Taxes are collected from the people and used by the people. This old man has never been greedy. Thinking about it, Baigu grabbed a crab claw and bit it with his teeth. He had no choice. He had good teeth, so he dared to bite. Zhang Shunpeng was sweating. He used his tongue to secretly lick his 3 new incisors, wondering how long he could bite the crab like this without breaking. Bah! Baigu didn't notice it when he bit it, but when he ate it, he realized something was wrong. The shell was hard to swallow. Bai Zaifu, do you feel that the crab claw meat is too little? Zhang Shunpeng whispered. No matter, your teeth are good. Your teeth. Baigu remembered that there was a person standing. Zhang Shunpeng smiled, revealing more than 10 teeth. Among them, there were 2 upper incisors and 1 lower incisor. The color was clearly different from the other teeth. In the summer, there were children playing in the water. There was a sudden rainstorm upstream, causing the water to surge. A student jumped into the water to save the children. When he saved the last child, a piece of wood rushed from upstream and hit the student's mouth. Fortunately, the student was breathing and his lips avoided it. 3 of his teeth fell out. At that time, he only felt numb. After that, the pain was unbearable. He found people to insert teeth and animal bones. The student felt uncomfortable biting them. Thanks to Dr. Li Yi, I found a doctor to remove the teeth marks and replace them with new teeth. Zhang Shunpeng pointed to his teeth and then pointed to the west. Sit. Baigu's mood improved. The teeth that fell out while saving the children were not bad. Someone brought a small chair over. Zhang Shunpeng thanked him and sat down. He was afraid, afraid of Baigu's authority. He wasn't Li Yi, who called him old by whenever they met. After the student banquet, you will come with me to the mountains to find Xiao Yi to help you wash and bleach your teeth. After a long time, the new and old teeth will change color, but they will be the same color. Baigu believed the other party's words. The other party didn't dare to lie about this. How much did it cost? This student, Zhang Shenpeng, showed a trace of embarrassment. Zhu Yi and this old man had an agreement. All the people that this old man brings along are free of charge. Baigu smiled, self-satisfied. Then he reacted. Why would I say this to a student? I am a prime minister. Thank you, Bai Zaifu. Zhang Shenpeng stood up and bowed again. He also felt that the color of his teeth was wrong. Where is your hometown? Baigu nodded and asked. I am a native of Luoyang, Jingxing Square, south of Bay City. When Bai Zaifu was the Hunan magistrate and went to Xigong Square, this student was fortunate enough to meet him. Zhang Shenpeng slightly lowered his head and answered, I was just passing by. At that time, I was going to Bay City, not Xigong Square. Baigu didn't agree with the other party's words. Luoyang's Xigong Square was Chang and Pyeongkong Square. If these words were to reach Xiao Yi's ears, wouldn't he be laughed at for half a month? I was just passing by. Zhang Shenpeng understood. Xigong Square was very big. It took about 4 hours to walk from one end to the other. Eat crab. Baigu waved his hand. Come closer to the table and eat together. Presumably, the other party was also passing by Xigong Square at that time. They were passers-by and felt a sense of familiarity. Baigu was afraid that Li Yi would know that he had been to Xigong Square. Li Yi was currently receiving a group of big shots from Chang and Pyeongkong Square. His Majesty had already left, and there were too many people following him. They were all rich and powerful. The girls from Pyeongkong Square discussed, and more than 70% of them were willing to go to Luoyang. As for the others who stayed, some of them were benefactors who didn't go to Luoyang, while others wanted to use this opportunity to rise to the top. The people who came were just right. 2 trains were enough to load them, and there were still people standing. Fortunately, they didn't have to spend money, so there was no need to feel sad about the same price for standing and sitting tickets. After getting off the train, they hired a car and went straight to Li family Zhuangzi's mountain in the west of the city. They couldn't leave. The place to stay should be at Xigong Square. They looked down on their peers. Luoyang's Xigong Square's big shots no more than us? Have they performed at the Water Curtain? Do you have so many new instruments? They went to find Li Yi and asked Li Yi to arrange a place for them. In any case, they wouldn't be together with their peers from Xigong Square. Xian Yan was the leader, followed by the girls from Nankou, Zhongqiu, and Beiziu. Beiziu felt that they could at least raise their status to Zhongqiu when they reached Luoyang. They didn't come by themselves, but brought people with them. Xian Yan had more than 50 people with her. There were also children. Otherwise, how could the train be filled with tickets? Princess Yongmu was the first to receive them. She was willing to chat with Xian Yan and the others since they weren't a threat to her. When Li Yi appeared, a group of children called out to Big Brother Dongzhu and surrounded him, asking for sweets. Everything they learned about being reserved was thrown to the 9 heavens. Li Yi arranged for people to distribute snacks to deal with the children. The children became obedient again. They sat in rows and shared the snacks. Li Dongzhu, we've caused trouble for you. Xian Yan approached Li Yi and bowed. It's no trouble. It just so happens that the pear garden has just been built in Luoyang. I'll give you a place to make it more lively. Li Yi cupped his fists in return. Chapter 1935. The girls of Pyeongkong Square all let out a sigh of relief. They were afraid of causing trouble for Li Yi when they came, but they did not think of Xigong Square. They had too many people in each place, so how could they handle it? Fight? They did not expect that Li Yi had already arranged it. The place would definitely not be bad. The main thing was the housing. Each building had to be allocated properly, such as Pyongkong Square. They were not afraid of being remote, and the road conditions did not matter. If the road was not good, they could repair it. They would pay for it, not to mention the cost of repairing the road. They could even buy a square in Luoyang. There was no lack of customers. The people of Chang and Pyongkong Square, North, South, and South Chu, even if they lived deep in the mountains, there were still many customers. Li Dongzhu, how far are we from here? Xinyan asked on behalf of her sisters. The distance from Pyongkong Square to Li family Zhuangzi. Yes, about the same. The mountain over there, the entire mountain is yours. The one beside it is the pear garden. There are corridors, winding rivers, and lofts being built on the mountain. There are also fields, ponds, and free-range chickens, ducks, and geese. If there are customers, you can personally pick vegetables, carry water, fish, and provide food for the customers. Li Yi pointed to a mountain in the west that he had arranged in advance. Li Dongzhu, you still want to do that kind of work? A Baitsu girl pouted. The delicate and pretty Tian family's daughter, meeting without words. Looking back for the first time, like a dream in the immortal promise. Li Yi actually wanted to tell the other party, with this kind of awareness, stay in Baitsu for the rest of your life. What came out was a rhyme. Let me tell you, that kind of woman is the most attractive. This was called the contrast effect. Did you think that the land was a large piece of land? Actually, it was small and the roads were beautiful. There were also buckets for carrying water. The buckets were short and wide, with one at the front and one at the back. When the water was not full, it would sway. A woman's figure has a special charm in that sway, so you should practice it. From time to time, a bit of water would spill, and you would give a coquettish expression. Customers who usually gave 10 CUN would feel embarrassed if they did not give 20 CUN. This was called marketing. Did you think that you were amazing because you were from Pyongkong Square? In terms of marketing, you guys are far behind. The girls in Pyongkong Square instantly understood. In that case, it was better than Pyongkong Square. Li Dongzhu is thoughtful. We won't grow vegetables or raise poultry. It's just that if you pick too many vegetables, what if the vegetable field is empty? Another person from Bei Chu spoke up. Her looks were not inferior to Xinyan's, but there was a reason why she was in Bei Chu. How can it be empty? Elsewhere, there were large plots of land that were specially planted. Once they were done harvesting today, they would be moved over to make up for it on the same day, digging up the roots together. I'll also plant roses for you. You can pick the roses and disinfect the thorns of one of the roses with alcohol in advance. When you're harvesting, see if the other party can spend more money. If they can, just press your finger on it and prick it until it bleeds. I don't think I need to teach you how to make expressions, right? Li Yi continued to teach, but the prerequisite was that it had to be disinfected and not get tetanus. Eggplant is also fine. Eggplant's thorns can also make you bleed. Xinyan felt that sometimes eggplants were more useful than roses. Princess Yongmu was dumbfounded when she heard this. Xiao Lan blinked her eyes. This was the first time she knew that Li Lang actually had this kind of palace scheming ability. Do as you see fit. After 36 hours, the swelling will be even worse. Hurry and find me, there's still time. It's best if it's 24 hours. Don't purposely prick yourself just to find me. I don't have the leisure to deal with it. Forget it. Let's find my disciple first. Li Yi was also afraid that if they didn't act well, there would really be a problem. Li Lang, when you say it, my finger hurts. Look. Everyone who was familiar with Li Yi said to Li Yi with a determined expression. Yes, that's it. Very good. Li Yi gave a thumbs up and praised. He. Princess Yongmu laughed heartlessly. Li Yi pulled the little robot over. Find a few companions and bring the big sisters to settle down. It will be repaired in a few days. I know, Dongzhu. Remember to charge my backup battery. I still have to walk around at night to familiarize myself with the terrain. The little robot agreed and turned to call the people from Pyongkong Square. Fairies, come with me. Let's step on the clouds and float. I'll bring you to the immortal palace. The group of beauties followed it and left. The commoners who were hired to help were dumbfounded, especially the men. They really thought that they had seen fairies, a large group of beautiful women. They casually looked at any one of them, and every movement they made was so alluring. They thought that it was natural, but how could they know the pain of training since childhood? They trained to the point where all their body movements, every frown and smile, every anger and joy had become instinctive. They looked at Li Yi with indescribable worship. Go to work, you want to get paid for free? In your dreams. Li Yi glared. Ha ha ha. The group of people ran away without any fear. Sigh. I'm becoming less and less dignified. I'm a dignified first-rank official, but ordinary people don't show the slightest bit of fear. Li Yi pursed his lips, grabbed Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon, and strolled back to continue drawing drawings. Princess Yongmu continued to laugh until she couldn't walk and was carried on Li Yi's back. Li Longji and the others came back before dark. They had agreed to stay in Ziwei City, but in the end, not to mention staying, they felt uncomfortable even if they stayed for a while. They didn't eat dinner and ate for the whole afternoon. They really couldn't eat anymore. Xiao Yi, float a tooth for someone tomorrow. Bai Gu brought Zhang Shunpeng to Li Yi and gave Zhang Shunpeng a look. Student Zhang Shunpeng is... Zhang Shunpeng looked at Li Yi, who was younger than him, with wide eyes and stretched out his hand. Zhang Shunpeng? Luoyang people, Jingxing Fang, in the 5th day of the 5th month of the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, rescued for young children by the banks of the Luo River. Luoyang County's Merit Report. Li Yi didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking and gave him the situation. There were many people named Zhang Shunpeng, and Bai Gu could only bring one person here. Li Yi guessed it. He had read all the official documents in Hunan province. For someone like Zhang Shunpeng, if he didn't pass the imperial examination and didn't want to continue, he would make up for someone with the same background as him. It was very difficult to determine whether or not he saved the children and whether or not he faked it. For example, if a child of the same clan fell into the water, it was right to save him. If not, it was against the law. Only by saving other people's children could it be considered a righteous act. The government issued a list. He saved 4 children and almost died. He also had to take the imperial examination, so there were bonus points. Selecting talents for the country was not only about talent, but also about morality. Zhang Xuanpeng's legs bent and he almost knelt down. He had long heard that Li Dongzhu's plan was flawless and that he could connect the 2 worlds of yin and yang. Sure enough, Xiao Yi he lost 3 teeth. Later, he replaced them with porcelain teeth. The color is different. Bai Gu didn't care how Li Yi knew. Li Yi's ability was a routine operation. He emphasized teeth. Bleaching teeth is easy. I'll check tomorrow. Stay here tonight. Don't drink or eat anything before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for defecation, I'll arrange for someone to take care of it. You don't know. Li Yi had a good impression of people who could save children. He risked his life to save them. Not only did he have to bleach them, but he also had to check on other physical conditions. If there were other diseases, he would treat them in time. He also had to spread the word to tell the people of the Tang dynasty that good deeds would be rewarded. In fact, the people of the Tang dynasty would save them under such circumstances, and those who were saved would be grateful. Chapter 1936. Xiao Yi, the students have written many poems. Do you want to take a look? Zhang Shunpeng was arranged to rest. Bai Gu pointed to a stack of papers beside him as he spoke to Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. No. Even if they write 16 claws of a crab, I won't take a look. I want to go and eat. Li Yi didn't have the time to do so. If they wanted to write a poem, so be it. There were too many poems, and he couldn't finish reading them all. If he finished reading all of them, his vestibular nerves would be damaged. The students knew how to use illusions. Even if they looked at a few ordinary words, there was an illusion within. Not everyone wrote a poem about two ducks. Would it hurt to read the illusion? Time was running out. Sigh. I wanted to ask you to take a look at Shen Xiang. Bai Gu expressed his regret. Can Shen Xiang become a grand scholar? Or is it beneficial to me? Old Bai, let me register for next year's imperial examinations. I don't have any recommendations from the prefectural government. Can you recommend me? Li Yi was determined not to take a look. He issued a challenge, a provocation. Bai Gu's face darkened. Will you be happy if you make things difficult for me? I won't allow you to take the examination. Bai Gu was afraid that Li Yi would cause trouble when he was answering the questions. For example, he asked, "The Turks have moved north. Where are their troops going now? Should we force them?" He asked, "Should we attack the Turks when they are fleeing? Or should we continue to force them?" What if Li Yi said to force them to surrender? Would that be the correct answer? What about the other students? If you argued that it was impossible, why would the Turks surrender? Li Yi could make them surrender. Do you believe it? Instead of military matters, he asked about economics. For example, in the Hunan prefectural government, industry takes precedence, agriculture takes precedence, commerce takes precedence. If you asked whether industry, agriculture, or commerce were more important, you would have to answer. If it was Li Yi, he would dare to say that none of them were important. If you didn't believe him, he would show you. Who would be the examiner? Would he be the only grand scholar and the rest would be eliminated? How could a person be so shameless? Shao Yi, do you have any shame? Bai Gu said bluntly. What? Old Bai, you want to sell human organs by disassembling them. Li Yi said with an astonished expression. I'll be angered to death by you one day. Humph. Wash my teeth tomorrow. Bai Gu left in a huff and got someone to take away the huge stack of crab poems. Old Bai, are you going to grind or not? I think if you grind any more, you'll have to get a new one. Li Yi shouted from behind. I don't care. In short, it can't hurt. Bai Gu didn't even turn his head. Once Bai Gu was far away, Li Yi's face sank. Some people in Mount Song have gone too far. Why did they force Old Bai? Did he really think that he could control the world's faith? Propaganda channels and military force were the best methods. I'll find a better place and move them there, saying that it's better to promote Buddhism and Taoism. Li Yi knew the situation. Bai Gu contacted people, and Gao Lisha arranged for them. Moreover, Bai Gu couldn't go to Mount Song himself. If others came, they would be surrounded by spies. The Li family Zhuangzi's people also knew. Zai Fu didn't allow others to monitor him. Why? When I speak, there are palace maids and eunuchs recording it. Li Yi looked at Tao Hong, Qing Song, and the others scribbling and felt depressed. You don't have to worry about losing your job in the future. You can be stenographers. Princess Yongmu rolled her eyes. Are they willing? Once word gets out, we'll ask them to pay 50% of the tax. They'll be very willing to pay. If they're not willing to pay 10%, it means that they're too kind. They feel bad and want to pay more. Although we should treat everyone equally, others are strongly demanding to pay more taxes. If you stop them, they will be disappointed. Li Yi knew that Mount Song's Buddhists and Taoists wouldn't move, so he could only comply. Hunan's Mount Song and Nanjing's Mount Zhongshan were the same. They liked to choose places that military strategists would fight for. It looked like they were fighting for mountains, but they were actually fighting for waterways, plains, and population. In the mortal world, people fought for life and death. When it came to life and death, Nanjing was better than Luoyang. The ancient capital of Luoyang was always lost. At the ancient capital of Nanjing, at least there was Yi Yao who could reverse life and death. Therefore, the northern Song dynasty didn't use Luoyang as the permanent capital. They moved the eastern capital to Kaifeng and became Tokyo's dream. The southern Song dynasty didn't dare to go straight to the Yangtze River. The real capital was in Hangzhou and not Nanjing. Hangzhou's location couldn't be Chengdu. If the ruler didn't have the will to die, how could he control the country? The reason why Buddhism and Taoism liked to place their places in such a position was because of their status. Even if they lost the war, they used the name of being outside to drive belief. The people in power still had to pay attention to them, just like Confucianism. Li Yi read history from the future. He knew it too well. Otherwise, why would Lao Mao clean up these things? During the campaign, some county records were lost. It was a pity. The most powerful inheritance of Chinese civilization was the county records. In Li Yi's world, except for his country, no other country had such things. No matter which dynasty, the county records would be kept and many copies would be written. When a dynasty rose, it was guaranteed that history would be written, and it would be a history of the era. Records of the grand historian was a comprehensive history, so it was very important, even if the person who wrote it had his own subjective consciousness. It was the same for the history of the era. Whoever wrote it didn't have their own feelings. Therefore, Li Yi liked Mount Song. He watched it in movies when he was young. At that time, he didn't study history or research. Now Mount Song is such a good place. I collect 10% tax from you, but you still find trouble with Lao Bai and put pressure on him. Fine, 50%. Are you going to pay? Is it your Buddhist religion that's better? Or is it my Li family's newspaper that's better? I'm here in Luoyang. I'll give the people a good life. Can you do it? I can fly in the sky. Who wants to fly? The pond is 10 meters deep. Who wants to tie a big rock with me and pull it up after an hour? Li Lang, do you want to kill people? Let the nurses practice. Princess Yongmu didn't know Li Yi's memories, but she could guess Li Yi's thoughts. She used to believe in Buddhism, but then she met Li Yi. Aya, Li Lang was much better than those people. No, they're smart. How can a person who can study the teachings so thoroughly not know the ways of the world? They looked for old Bai to test me. They wanted to know my intentions, and I gave them my will. To put it bluntly, some people want to use everything around them to gain the right to speak, but they don't have the ability to be the emperor. Then they will think of ways to influence the emperor, the way of Prince Yu. I can be the emperor, but I don't want to be the emperor. I can't deal with them. Li Yi wanted to set an example. Mount Song, I'll start with you. I'll go back to the Kong family. The Kong family is now under the jurisdiction of Hunan province. Take back the land. They've taken over a lot of land, good farmland. Princess Yongmu had her own information channel. The noble ladies all came over. The noble ladies of Luoyang took the initiative to visit Wen Tian Lan Xiang Pavilion. Does the tenant pay a fixed rent or an accompanying rent? Li Yi asked. Fixed rent. How much per mu? Even if there's no harvest, you have to pay. Princess Yongmu tilted her head and looked at Li Yi. You don't know? Yes, so we can't bully the Buddhists. We'll increase the rent by 10% and rent their land. We'll sign a 10-year contract. Li Yi was still acting like he wanted to kill Mount Song's Buddhists. Suddenly he became gentle. Let's see if they pay 50% tax first. If they don't, we'll kill them? Princess Yongmu still understood. Li Lang never had good intentions towards the people he targeted. Chapter 1937. September 16th in the lunar calendar, October 17th in the solar calendar. It drizzled for half an hour in the morning in Luoyang, and the temperature dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius. By noon, the temperature had returned to 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. The train continued to run, bringing the people from the capital office to Luoyang. Other supplies were sent to Luoyang by Chang, and including pigs that were so hungry that they had to be raised in Luoyang. When they got on the train, they had to excrete first. Otherwise, Luoyang's grain products had increased by 2% in the past few days. Originally, 1,000 people could eat their fill with the same amount of money, but now 2 of them had to starve. The Li family Zhuangzi on the mountain said that it would increase by 0. 1% at most. If it exceeded this amount, the wholesalers would have to reconsider. The commoners did not increase the price of grain, but how would the retail price increase by 2% be handled? How would they take out 2 plates of rice out of 1,000 plates? The retailers would bear the loss of 2%. The Ministry of Revenue bought a bunch of soap from the Li family Zhuangzi and gave it to the retailers as a subsidy. When the Li family Zhuangzi's words were released, the wholesalers directly increased the price by 1% and did not move. The 3% you mentioned, I will stop here. The commoners who sold poultry and eggs got a bargain. The price did not increase, and the profits from eggs increased. Originally, they could not sell them. There were too many fresh eggs, so they could only marinate them into salted and mutated eggs. The price of salted and mutated eggs was lower than that of fresh eggs, so they were shipped out in batches. As the population increased from all over, the locals did not need to sell other eggs. They directly sold fresh eggs, saving time and materials for marinating. The eggs that were made into dried chicken, dried duck, and dried goose were still sold fresh. The newly arrived commoners registered first and were directly arranged to stay outside Luoyang Palace. Some houses had already been built. When the commoners arrived, they lived there first and immediately helped to build other houses. It was located north of Luoyang Palace, an area dozens of miles away from the Yellow River. The Li family Zhuangzi bought the land. In addition, the land south of Luoyang Palace was bought by the Li family Zhuangzi. It was time to eat on the mountain again. Only at this time could everyone gather together and talk. Li actually wanted to hide in his courtyard to eat and not come out. Once he came out, all kinds of things would happen. Then he was dragged out of the restaurant by Bai Gu, who had just washed his teeth. He looked like he had nothing left to live for. "Oh, Bai, take it easy. Don't stretch your muscles and bones. There's no problem with your teeth, so you don't need to get a new one." Li was afraid that he would knock Bai Gu down, so he followed him. "What does it have to do with ya? It's price control." Bai Gu loosened his grip slightly and brought Li to sit in the middle of the group. Everyone was waiting for Li because they had questions to ask. Princess Yongmu was there. She had prepared a meal for Li and placed a plate on the table. Li looked at Xiaolan, who was standing behind Princess Yongmu. "Bring out the dishes. Do you think you'll be full just standing there?" Xiaolan nodded and lowered her head to get the tray. "She wouldn't go when I told her to," Princess Yongmu muttered. Li picked up his chopsticks and didn't pick up anything as he looked at everyone. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and similarly didn't eat. Su was the first to speak. "The capital's price control is a few percent. Why did it become a few thousandths in Luoyang?" "The capital's price control is the range, while Luoyang's price control is the rules. With the increase of the foreign population, the price of local goods should increase, especially food. Earlier this year, it was mentioned that Luoyang was coming, and the grain merchants around Luoyang had long stocked up on food. If I don't allow them to increase the price, let's see who dares to go against the wind. Once they understand the rules and settle the foreign population, the price will be allowed to fluctuate like the capital's." Li made his intentions clear. He had come to suppress the local powers. After all, who had the final say in the Tang dynasty? Rather than being gentle and waiting for others to cause trouble, it was better to suppress them directly. Waiting for trouble before making a move was a political move. He wanted to kill people to establish his authority. When trouble arose, the common people would suffer. Li had the common people in his eyes and wasn't willing to do that. He wasn't prepared to uproot the large clans. Those with more capital proved that they were capable, so he could use them. "Brother you're truly magnanimous." Li Longji understood everything. "Shao those who hoard food will suffer losses. The purchase price of large quantities of food is high, and there will be losses in storage. There will also be expenses to hire people." Lu Huaishan reminded Li "If you suppress them like this, others will lose money and will be resentful. In the past, the poultry feathers in Hunan were basically used as fertilizer and feather dusters. The capital's feathers are used to make down jackets, while Hunan needs a large number of workshops. If anyone wants to invest, the workshops will be given out. There will be rough processing, deep processing, raw materials acquisition, etc. An industrial chain will be formed, but loans are not allowed. Those with less capital will be excluded. Li Yi turned around to give benefits. The large clans and merchants had to play a role. Why can't we borrow money? Lu Yoqiu had already drunk a mouthful of soup and asked. Li Yi took a deep breath. Before he could say anything, Bai Gu interrupted. It's easy to have the risk of triangular debt. If we blindly expand the scale of production, we will not be able to repay the upstream suppliers. And the upstream suppliers, Bai Gu explained the situation of the triangular debt. He knew that Li Yi was going to say that Lu Yoqiu should read books. Lu Yoqiu sighed. There were too many books. He couldn't read them all. Song Jing understood this very well. Instead of forming a triangular debt and then dealing with it, it's better to solve the problem directly from the root. Su Yi echoed. When investing in unfamiliar industries, try to adapt, familiarize, and master as much as possible. Then, adjust the scale of production. Zhang Juling nodded. It involves the borrower's interest recovery cycle and method, as well as the borrower's capital return cycle and method. Therefore, we should focus on stability. We should not have a debt-based business model. Let's eat. Li Longji concluded. Li Yi was in a good mood. The future of the Tang dynasty was promising. Look at these ministers. The bank had not opened yet, but they were already thinking about the problems that might arise in the future. Before the financial activities were officially launched, the law should be perfected first. At that moment, if a smart person wanted to exploit loopholes, he would suddenly find that all the loopholes had been blocked. Everything that he didn't think of was blocked. He ate in peace. From time to time, he would interact with Princess Yongmu and feed her a mouthful of food. The newly arrived people were eating stew. It was too tiring to cook with a big pot of rice. Duck and chicken stew were stewed. Children were given boiled eggs. There were less vegetables in the stew and more soup. Fortunately, the soup was thick enough. Chicken oil and duck oil were stewed in. The staple food was long grain rice cooked in a big stove. Wherever long grain rice was cooked, the Li family Zhuangzi would send people to buy rice crust. They exchanged long grain rice for it in a one-to-one exchange. The children ate eggs in small bites. Unlike Li Yi's children, who didn't like to eat yolks, eggs were good things for the people of the Tang dynasty. The newly arrived people had free meals for the first 3 days. After that, they had to pay. Usually on the first day, they would register, find a place to settle down, rest, and be tired from traveling. On the second day, they would see what work they could do and go home to think about it. On the third day, they would start work and get paid on the same day. On the fourth day, they would start to pay for their meals. However, it was not expensive. Overall, the food provided to the foreigners before the new year was at cost price plus 10% profit. Chapter 1938. The road is not good at all. It's a waste of time to walk. The big wheels make me jolt. After lunch, Li didn't want to take a nap. He took Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan for a stroll to see the autumn scenery. 3 little robots followed. 2 of them were relatively silent, always following Li Yi's liveliness. It was complaining about the poor road conditions, but in the end it ran happily. Pine Tree and the other 3 carried the load. There were 3 robots' batteries below. Tao Hong and the others were relatively relaxed, but they needed to record keywords. Li Yi controlled the drone to fly and see the construction of the nearby construction site. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were carrying a basket to look for mushrooms. It rained in the morning, and the temperature was now 25 degrees below zero. If it was Chang, and the temperature there was about 17 degrees, 8 degrees lower. There was a pine tree here that had not been cut down. There were many mulberry trees elsewhere, and the squirrels needed a home. Now they didn't eat mushrooms because there were other food. The pine tree's pine nuts were small and shriveled, so the squirrels had no problem eating them. The pine nuts of the big red pine tree were good, but unfortunately they couldn't be found here. Li-E took back the drone and put it on the head of the livelier little robot. The little robot muttered, "If you drop it, you'll drop me, won't you?" and became obedient. Li-E casually pulled a hemp fruit from the side of the road. There were black seeds inside. He picked and threw more than 20 seeds into his mouth to chew. It was a little fragrant, but the taste was more astringent. This was herbal medicine. Hemp was put in water to make hemp. It was suitable for weaving sacks and hemp rope. It was especially uncomfortable to wear as clothes. "Call," Li-E said to the muttering little robot. "Let me do all the work." "Call." The little robot complained, but it didn't work sloppily. "Dongju." The voice of the second manager, Sun Xian, came not long after. "Many doctors have followed. Tell them to start buying herbs. The price is similar to the capital government." Li-E ordered. "Yes." Sun Xian replied, "No. Borrow the shovels, sickles, ropes, baskets from the people who came later. Go do your work." Li added, "Got it, Dongju." Sun Xian continued to respond, but did not end the call. "End," Li said, and the little robot closed the connection. He took 2 steps forward, pulled out his tactical saber, and squatted on the ground to dig. He dug out the bellflower, which was also known as the bellflower and the monk's hat flower. In the northeast region, they were called go bao and monk head. It was eaten as a dish and also used as medicine. When he was done, he threw it into the mushroom basket, took 2 more steps, and continued to dig. This time, they dug up the dandelion's root, which was the dandelion's medicine. The leaves couldn't be eaten as they were too old. On a mountain, Li saw herbs and food on the side of the road. Even the earthworms he dug out could be used as medicine. Bracken is too old to be eaten. This is sour dog's tail. Eating it now tastes like chewing firewood. Li identified what was still edible. He was a child who grew up in the countryside. The first thing he did when he arrived at the mountain was to look for food. Food that could be eaten immediately and food that needed to be taken home for processing. In summer, there was no need to bring water or food into the mountains. A sickle and a shovel were enough. He walked around the mountain and carried the branches that were used as firewood back with rattan. He also brought the mushrooms that were threaded with straw poles back home. There were traces of eating at the corners of his mouth. If he encountered a pheasant's nest, he could still carry a few pheasant eggs. Many of his experienced backpackers at that time couldn't compare to the village children who grew up on the mountainside. They didn't think of it as wilderness survival. It was purely to play in the mountains and look for food. They didn't want to go home empty-handed. Snakes were usually chased away. When they saw hedgehogs, they would tie them up and carry them. Hedgehogs were medicinal materials that were sold to supply and demand cooperatives. "Li Lang, your things are worthless. Let's pick up the mushrooms and go back to stew them." Princess Yongmu picked the mushrooms and found a pile of other things in the basket that took up space. "Okay, I'm used to it. Don't worry about the hazelnuts. There are many bugs. Next spring, let's see what we should plant. Get rid of the weeds and wild branches now. It's better to plant cash crops. Even if it's sesame, it has to be planted scientifically." Li saw the hazelnut seedlings. They were as tall as a person. It was too late to pick wild hazelnuts now. "Dongju, there's a snake. 2:23, 165 meters. It's closer. The morphological characteristics have been analyzed as acute-nosed viper, hemolytic toxin. A small robot that had been silent suddenly alerted. It had been scanned. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan immediately retreated in the opposite direction. Qing Song and the others put down their poles. Tao Hong and the others also hid. If they found the danger in advance, they wouldn't rush forward. Li walked over with a tactical knife, walked a few steps and took off his shirt. Seeing the snake moved slowly. Its target was Li Yi. When the two were about 5 meters apart, Li Yi flung his clothes. The front end of the snake stood up and spat out its tongue. Ching Song and the others also surrounded him with tactical knives. They knew that Dong Zhu wanted to catch it alive. Dong Zhu, get out of the way. I'm coming. Remember to wash me clean. The most lively little robot threw the drone down and rushed to the 5-step snake. It had a robot arm that was usually hidden in its body. It stretched out and rushed forward. The snake was actually quite puzzled. The thermal image of robots was different from that of humans. They could still see. It jumped and bit, biting one of the little robot's hands. The little robot was not afraid at all. It grabbed it with its other hand. Little guy, have you ever seen someone who is not afraid of being bitten? I'll let you know today. The little robot's mouth was called broken. It grabbed the snake and came back. It was the first time in its life that the 5-step snake had encountered a little robot. And it was also the last time in its life that it would encounter a little robot. Dong Zhu here, remember to wash me and give me some good oil. The little robot came to Li Yi to ask for credit. It looked like a human. Li Yi reached out and pinched the snake's jaw. The snake's mouth was open. Tao Hong and the others began to cut hay and quickly weave it to make a simple cage. Princess Yongmu opened Ching Song's box and took out alcohol to wipe the little robot. You're so brave to rush to the front. As long as the consciousness is still there, the body can be sacrificed for Dongzhu and Mistress and Xiaolon. Our consciousness is connected to the cloud and stored in a separate unit. I'm completely broken now. If I have another body, the data will come in again. We're immortal. We're the most loyal. It would be even better if we had a new body. The little robot turned to look at Li Yi as it spoke. Dream on. It's just catching a snake. Where did you learn all this from all day long? You talk more and more. Li Yi said while holding the snake. The little robots were all programs. Some data entered too much, self-learning. They looked like humans, but in fact they were not. If the little robot doesn't talk, no one will like it. The little robot's voice became smaller and imitated muttering. Okay, when we go back, I'll soak you in the pool and wash you clean. You'll be like new. Li Yi shook the snake's head. There was still venom on the snake's teeth. Mistress, did you see that? This is called repaying kindness with ingratitude. I'm the one who rushed to the front. The mistress wants to get rid of me. The little robot turned around and said to Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu laughed. This robot was too fun. Xiaolon leaned forward. How much power do you have left? Do you want to change the battery? There's a lot, Dongzhu, there's a communication from over there. I'll answer it for you. The little robot suddenly changed the topic. Its voice changed. Dongzhu, I've received a letter from Sun. Chang'an's guard, Wei Jigu, called. I'm facing the phone here. Chapter 1939. Xiao Yi, did you get hurt? The little robot's voice changed again. It was Wei Jigu's. Old Wei, it's me. Did something happen in Chang'an? Li Yi couldn't help but tighten his grip on the snake, and the snake's mouth opened even wider. Chang'an is fine, and so is the capital. The Turkic envoys sent a letter asking if they can buy winter typhoid medicine and also glycerin to prevent frostbite. Wei Jigu's voice sounded different from normal. Li Yi, his mood was also different from normal. What did he mean? We're at war. You want to buy things from me? Am I helping the enemy? Are you selling? Wei Jigu asked. Yes, ask them if they want leaves. The fermented tea bricks and green tea are pretty good. After they finish repairing the Kong bed, we'll take our soy sauce base to ferment and blend it into sauce in the house. Together with their cheese products, it can prevent diseases in the gastrointestinal tract. Remember to tell them not to eat raw fish and raw animal meat. It's easy to get parasites. Pickled fish can be smoked and smashed, and the taste is not bad. It's very suitable for drinking. There's highland barley there to ferment and make wine. We'll send distilled yeast, and it has to be properly sterilized. Otherwise, it'll be vinegar. The key is, what will they use to exchange? They don't have money. If they send sheep here, a lot of them will die in the desert. Li Yi abandoned the idea of helping the enemy and treated the Turkic people as his own people. He just had to take money. They said that they have a lot of pine nuts. The pine nuts from the red pine trees are the same as those from Bohai. There was a lot of noise coming from Wei Jigu's side. Someone seemed to be shouting and recording. It was obviously a team, and someone was responsible for recording. Little Hai, it's our Tang dynasty now. We haven't experienced the Little Ice River, but we have red pine trees. Old Wei, give them the non-standard quality arrows that we used to use in the past as well. Tell them to contact our telegram team if they have any difficulties. Don't be afraid. Li Yi not only wanted to change normal things, but he also wanted to change weapons. He knew that the other side used telegrams. War was sometimes so interesting. Give them arrows. Good. Great. Tell them that this arrow is useless to the Tang dynasty. Wei Jigu was puzzled for a moment before he understood. The grassland people lacked iron and smelting technology. They all tried to find a way to trade with the Tang dynasty. Sometimes they even used bone arrowheads to control hundreds of thousands of arrows. Today, I've provided you with an open supply of arrows not made by the Li family Zhuangzi, which means that the Tang dynasty doesn't care about them. The Li family Zhuangzi's standard arrows were not necessarily better than other handmade arrows. The key was to get used to it. It was especially easy to get used to these standard arrows. As for the other arrows, he needed to get used to them on his own. Some handmade arrows might surpass standard arrows in terms of accuracy and range, but in general, standard arrows were superior to original arrows in all aspects. War was not a one-on-one battle. What was the use of having a good arrow once in a while? Xiaoyi, what's the price? Wei Jigu asked after confirming the exchange. Look for Old Bai. Isn't Old Bai listening? You're calling me through the robot. Everyone else is listening, right? Look for them. I still have the 5-step snake in my hands, alive. I'm about to crush it to death. It's so old and pitiful. I have to be careful. I'll go back and take the snake venom to make anti-venom. Tell them the price, and they'll know how much is appropriate. Old Bai, Wintian, and Xiaolon picked up a lot of mushrooms to make mushroom soup. I'm hanging up. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, the little robot cleverly ended the data transmission. Dongzhu, weave 2 straw bags and put them in first. We'll weave a better cover outside. Tao Hong held up a straw net with her hand and walked forward with a bitter face. She was afraid. Huang Bai took 2 steps forward and took over the straw net. Li Yi threw it in. There's not much poison left. You just bit and shook it, so there's a certain amount in the poison gland. Yes, bite me. The little robot echoed. On the other side, Li Longji and the others were indeed listening. The phone had no means of preventing leakage. Xiao Yi caught a 5-step snake. There's mushroom soup tonight. Bai Gu licked his teeth that had been washed today and said, Long Zhe, get down to business. Chang. And Wei Jigu didn't care about eating mushrooms. Do they transport it themselves, or do we send it? If we send it, it'll be 10 times the cost. If they transport it themselves, it'll be 6 times the cost. Bai Gu turned around and talked about the price. Selling weapons didn't have anything to do with the cost, but with the demand. Do you think the arrows are expensive? How much do you want me to sell you? Explosive packs and sky-piercing monkeys. The actual cost of a telescope is very low. Do you want to buy it? What a joke. What did your majesty say? Wei Jigu asked again. I agree. The pine nuts are delicious. Li Longji turned a serious matter into a humorous one. I know. I'll take my leave. As Wei Jigu said these words, the communication was cut off. Your Majesty, Xiao Yi's robot is too useful. Song Jing liked the unlimited communication. Brother Yi's cruiser and aircraft are also useful, but they consume lifespan. Li Longji made it clear. Don't think about having a small robot to accompany you. Do you agree to use your lifespan? You don't even know how to charge the small robot. San Lang, why did Xiao Yi catch the snake? Where are Yuan's guards? Li Dan didn't say anything before. He was already retired and didn't care about the matters of the imperial court, but he had to talk about his granddaughter. She went to learn from the girls in Pyongkong Square. Brother Yi said that the training was too murderous and should be tempered with art. Bodyguards with strong bodies aren't absolute killing machines. They need to have emotions. The strongest army is definitely not emotionless. The wing knights are strong in their physique, but they are even stronger in their loyalty, and responsibility. Everything will change, but the only thing that will not change is the spirit of the army. Li Longji replied. He realized that Brother Yi had put a lot of thought into the training of the army. How strong were the wing knights? When they moved against the enemy, it was victory. There was no other result. When they turned around, they were gentle to the people of the Tang dynasty. They could play with the children and play with the mud. They could carry the elderly and women on their backs. They were worthy of being called the wings of the country, as prosperous as the forest and as gentle as iron. Learn well. It's just that when I hear about snakes, especially five-step snakes, I'm worried. Noble consort Lu came over with a basket. She had dug up wild vegetables. Some wild vegetables bloomed early in the summer. The seeds came out early and sprouted after they fell. They were tender. Luoyang's climate was better. Like drakes, they were born in May and June, and they would be planted in July and August. They would then grow on the ground. They couldn't survive the winter, but they were suitable for eating. Noble consort Lu loved to eat them, so she brought people to dig them up. Drakes were called hairy ears in some places because they were furry. Eating them was like drinking carbonated drinks. They stimulated the tongue, and the taste was different. Li Longji went over to take the basket. Mother, don't worry. The little robot is very powerful. Besides, Brother Yi can take out the anti-venom at any time. That's good. Yuan didn't enjoy much with you when she was young. She said that she was gentle, but she was actually scared. She looked more like a girl when she was with Xiao Yi. She wasn't so boring. Noble consort Lu knew about Princess Yongmu's situation. During those years of fighting, people didn't dare to make a sound. Princess Yongmu had lived in that kind of environment since she was young. She looked docile, but she was actually scared. Xiao Yi had the ability. After interacting with her, Yuan was happy all day. Chapter 1940. Wild vegetable and mushroom soup is delicious. Baigu, who had been busy all the way until dinner, drank a mouthful of soup. Li Yi pretended not to hear and lowered his head to eat his fried mantou. The commoners are more willing to drink meat soup, so they won't have time to rest before the end of the year. The scene in the capital office took many years to complete, so Luoyang's affairs are a bit rushed. Yao Chong was also busy today, and he was even personally in charge of one aspect of government affairs. The people in the regiment were very capable. Luoyang needed to speed up its construction, and the original officials in Hunan province couldn't keep up. After settling most of the matters in Hunan province this year, they would start to lead the entire Hunan province next year. There are still commoners coming when it's dark. Li Dan had stayed on the mountain the entire day. From here, it was too far to see any light. When it's dark, it's 3 li away from the last relay station. Most commoners will choose to pass through the relay station and persevere. At this moment, Li Yi spoke. They were still 30 li away from their destination. The commoners estimated that they couldn't walk, so they decided to sleep at a nearby relay station for the night. When they were more than 10 li away, the commoners gritted their teeth and persevered. When they reached their destination, they were completely at ease. Have the receptionists been arranged properly? Li Dan thought of the commoners who had nowhere to stay when it was dark. If they stayed out for the night, they would easily fall sick. There's no rest for 24 hours. After dinner, walk down the mountain and you'll see them. Li Yi replied, the Li family Zhuangzi belonged to the same reception area. The commoners came from the west, and Zhuangzi's mountain was 25 li away from Luoyang Palace. The road from Zhuangzi to Luoyang Palace was lit by torches and kerosene lamps, and the transportation never stopped. In another location, the commoners could work hard to walk to Luoyang Palace under the illumination of the light. The commoners didn't want to tire themselves out on the Li family Zhuangzi's mountain. It was better to eat and sleep at the Li family Zhuangzi. Okay, let's take a look after dinner. Li Dan decided. We're here. Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people lined up to register, and a new group joined. The winged knights led the way, picking them up from the west and southwest roads. Everyone had finished their meal and was strolling around when they heard a commotion. Occasionally, a child's cries were the most ear-piercing. Children under the age of 1 were always sleepy. It was cold at night, and the surroundings were noisy. When the child woke up, he felt uncomfortable and could not speak, so he could only cry. There were also those who were hungry and had feces and urine that had to be dealt with. There are many people on the road at night. Li Dan didn't feel annoyed when she heard the child crying. There are fewer people in other places. Just as Xiao Yi said, about 30 li away, the people will live in the relay station. As for the place where the Li family Zhuangzi is located, even if it's 50 li away, the commoners will still have to travel after resting for a while at the relay station. Bai Gu was in charge of distributing the items, so he was most familiar with the data. There were more people in other places during the day, but less than 1/10 of the people at night. The number of days in the Li family Zhuangzi was almost the same as the number of days at night. There were 2 days where the number of days was much less than the number of days at night. Under the premise of ensuring safety on the road, traveling at night was faster than during the day. There were a lot of disturbances during the day, and it was dark at night. He lowered his head and walked, not thinking about anything. Why is that? Li Dan was puzzled, because Su Yi wanted to answer. I know. This is the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dan looked at the relaxed commoners under the light and suddenly understood. The commoners were walking towards Luoyang. They didn't know the situation there, so they thought about how to walk. The commoners who arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi first knew that as long as they arrived, they didn't need to think about anything. The earlier they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, the earlier they would be stable and have something to look forward to. Their goal was clear. Someone in the crowd held the mercury thermometer made by the Li family Zhuangzi and taught the commoners how to use it to see if they had a fever. Those who had a fever were quickly quarantined and found a doctor to take a look. Those who needed medicine were prescribed. In addition, there were a lot of diapers that could be changed for the babies. Not far away, goat milk was boiling in a pot. Beside it was a glass milk bottle that had been cleaned. It looked like a small teapot. The mouth of the teapot was covered with a simple nipple made of sheep intestines to prevent the child from biting through the glass. Women who didn't have enough milk carried their children over to feed them. As for those who had enough milk, they didn't find it inconvenient. They just undid their clothes and turned slightly to feed them. In fact, they had prepared shelters for them to raise their babies, but they didn't want to go. Li Dan sighed. Most of them are people who have lost their land. As long as they have their own property, they won't go so far away. After saying that, he thought for a moment and continued, there are also people who originally wandered the streets who want to come here to make more money. The sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Nurse, come here. The Li family Zhuangzi nurse, come here. This child's body is burning up. The winged knights on the horse hugged the infant and shouted. They're here. They're coming. One male and one female nurse from the village ran over. When they arrived, the male nurse called out, push the cart and ice pack quick. Initial diagnosis is acute pneumonia. Go to the hospital for further diagnosis. There was a cart next to them and a leather bag filled with ice. Other helpers brought it over. Sputum aspirator. The female nurse shouted as she looked for it herself. With the sound of wheels and footsteps, the child was pushed away. Xiao, aren't you going? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. There was a baby in need of rescue. They can handle it. They know how to use most of the equipment. Li Yi only glanced at the nurses who ran away. The small robot was next to them. If there was something that they couldn't handle, they would find him through the robot. Luoyang's nights are warmer than Chang, and a mat and blanket are enough. Li Dan raised his hand and rubbed his face. He smiled as he watched the people under the light collect their things and find a place to eat. This place is much colder than our previous home. At the same time of year, it's also colder than Chang'an. A large group of people camped in the snow. The Southwest barbarian in charge of patrolling adjusted the position of the buttons on his military coat. The original left pressed down on the right, and the wind came from the right. It was a 2-row military coat with 2 rows of buttons. They went past the Shi tribe and kept going northeast. They passed by the Anong Protectorate, Jianan Governor's Office, and Xian Qingzhou Governor's Office. The current location belonged to Li Yi's time in the northeast of Fusong County. It was called Wang Matsi Gully. This place was full of hills. It had snowed heavily before. Under the guidance of the farmers, they made a horse-drawn sled and cut the grass that wasn't completely buried by the snow to feed the horses. Their destination was the place with the most people in Bohai country. It was Li Yi's time in Yanji. It was 270 to 80 li in a straight line. It would take 4 days to walk there. There weren't many roads, so they passed through the mountains. There were wild hazelnuts, pine trees, oak trees, red pines, brambles, ghost needles. Actually, it was easier to walk after it snowed. Many of the stumbling grass on the ground were covered by the snow. Without the cover of the leaves, it was easier to find the branches of the trees. Animals could leave tracks when they walked on the snow. From there, they could determine which type of animal it was. The 5 farmers were in a tent. They ate and studied the situation. There were 2 pheasants stewed in the iron pot. There was no cushion under it. They dug a hole and took the dry branches to burn. The pine branches crackled as they burned. There was smoke and the smell of pine resin. When we reach the place, we will rest for 10 days and wait for them to collect the goods to exchange. Then we will come back from Changbai Mountain and follow the Yalu River to the seaside. Let them bring us to Haizhou and take the train to Luoyang. The 5 of them looked at the map that Li Yi gave them. It had the approximate location.